Pro Door Car, double entry. Get up in 3 and 4, Super Pro Door Car General Pop. 5 and 6, please, as Wayne Pratt. And Denal Rife going to get the win out of New Mexico. 707 on the 703. Wayne Pratt was 61 green and 3 above, and unfortunately was 7th out behind when they were in through that 8th mile finish line marker. C.W. Hofer and Scott Taylor. Scotty out of Columbia Falls, Montana, the 65 Chevelle for the Division 6 runner. C.W. Hofer for Team Silver Platter. 87 C.W. And the win light for Hofer. 1 thou was the difference on the starting line. CW down 768, goes 768 with a 5, drops Thunderbird by 29 thou. Kim Zimmerman in that big, heavy out of Flagstaff, the 68 Roadrunner. I believe the curb weight of that 68 Roadrunner is somewhere around 9,000 pounds. Brandon Fletcher out of Tucson in the Hellcat, double breakout win, going to go Zinzalita's way. Curtis was 25 thou down on the starting line, had 0.05 of a second on the advantage, and then 674 under by 4 hun. Brandon Fletcher was under by 4 and change, 5 thou going to be the margin of victory on that double breakout for Curtis Zinzalita. As Paul Lorton in the Vega and Ed Niquette. Super stock Cavalier out of Lake Havasu City, 560 is the dial. Lorton going to be leaving first off the way. By a $1.48. Lorton was 43. Richard Petty on the green light start, then goes 628. He was under by 0.05 of a second. It was Marcus Ocampo and David Beckwith. Ocampo out of Glendale, 68 Mustang, 659 as 2 bulbs will separate these 2 competitors. David Beckwith, 759, the dial for the Malibu Rancho. So 2 bulbs separate them on the dial in, and 1 thou to separate them on the racetrack. Marcus Ocampo ends up on the right side. Beckwith breaks out by 31 thou. He took almost 0.07 of a second. There was a lot of space down there for David Beckwith to give me the rippy rip and the tappy tap and the breaky break to get on the right side of the number, to not do so. And we'll bow out in round number 1, Marcus Ocampo. And the Mustang will be back around. It's Tony Marconi and Michael Agnew. Marconi and the Plymouth Roadster. Not a lot of Plymouth Roadsters rolled off the showroom floor for that motor company. Michael Agnew out of Oak Hills, California, the 69 Chevelle. 617 the dial for Michael. 92 the numbers. You see Marconi looking over to the right and gonna pick up the win. Dead on 9 for Tony Marconi. That was 592, goes 5929. To be 5 thou in front at the finish line. Agnew was 20 green, had a little bit of a starting line advantage, but then a couple of hundredths a second above the dial, going 619 on the 617. To follow Tony Marconi through the 8th mile finish line and get it loaded up for the night as Russell Oatman and Jeffrey Ball. Jeffrey in the Junior Comm Machine out of Phelan. 665 the dial, and Jeffrey turns out of Washington and Nova. We'll go 661 to get the win. 102 there on the speed. Again, Super Pro Door Car into lane 3 and 4. My double entries, that is. Double entry, Super Pro Door Car up in 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car Gen Pop up in 5 and 6. Luis Valenzuela going to get the win in that last pair, dead on 2. Dial 616 goes 6162, was 44 on the green light start, Luis Valenzuela. We'll move on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, attention to the pits. Hey, parts call. Need a 16-volt Power Master, 100-amp alternator. It's again 16-volt Power Master, 100-amp alternator. Racer in need is Tim Archibald. Sure that Mr. Magoo Plymouth Valiant gonna get the win, 680 on the 677. Arnswald was a little bit better on the starting line. Broke out by 18 thou, taking 62 down there at the stripe. Arnswald needed a pretty big tap on the brake. Again, racer in need, 16-volt Power Master, 100-amp alternator. It's Eric Daniels and Mike Renzi. They're going to challenge this on Mike Renzi. On that big, ugly, nasty red light. The challenger will be done for today. Eric Daniels in the Vega, free look at 695, and he took a really hard look at 695 going 720. Sasha Hofer and Rob Strong. Rob Strong out of Hemet, yellow 68 Firebird. Sasha Hofer, American walk-in cooler side, the right side of the racetrack, 760 is the dial. Silver Platter Racing Team machine. Sasha's off and away. Here comes Rob Strong in the Thunderbird. Not gonna have enough real estate. Sasha drops the nose to go dead on 6. 29 green, 7606 on the 760. Rob Strong was behind 0.04 of a second right down there on that Tucson Dragway starting line, and Sasha took that advantage and turned on the win light here in round number 1. Jeff Jones and Tom Gaynor. Jeff out of Montrose. Team Lucas Oil 72 Nova, Tommy Gaynor. Battleground Washington, the Cobalt. Gaynor's Automotive. And 595 on that American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. But Jeff Jones will keep the time slip because it's going to be a winner on that side. 618 on the 615. Jeff Jones was 70 on the start. Tommy Gaynor was 72. The green light effort goes 593. Under by 11 thou. Got to the finish line first by 43 thou. He had some room to get on the right side of the number and just didn't do so. Win light over National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack, 665 on the 644. So we're continuing to work on getting all of our tech cards entered into the system. It's Kyle Rizzoli. 650 won the dial for Kyle. 6:51. It was 25 thou on the green light start. Kyle Rizzoli will move on. Is Aaron McClammon. Final. Car and Pro eliminator. El Camino. 6:51.1 on the 650 performance. That'll wrap up round number 1 in Pro Eliminator. The Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event. $10,000 to the winner today. And that free entry to the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno West Coast Bracket Races Shootout. Super Pro door car double entries are headed this way. Super Pro door car. Gen Pop, but lanes 5 and 6, please. Again, we do have a parts call. 16 volt Power Master, 100 amp alternator. Again, racer in need, 16 volt Power Master, 100 amp alternator. So you can help, come to the tower, let us know. We'll get you in contact with that racer in need. It's Corey Jackson. All orange 63 Corvette, and Ryan Harem for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI. Your Super Comp winner, the divisional event number 2, the Wild Horse Pass on Sunday. Corey Jackson of the Corvette is going to get the win. Harem was off the gas way early, going 6:53. Corey Jackson, 5:29 is your winning elapsed time. Was 12 on the tree. Harem was 34. As Bill Kidd and Al Stevens. Al out of Pueblo. That super clean 62 imp. 634 is the dial. Bill Kidd out of Marana. 66 Chevy 2, small block Chevrolet power there for Bill. Kidd, 674. Al Stevens, 634. And Bill Kidd is going to get the win on a breakout by Al Stevens. Al was 008 on the starting line. He goes 631. Predicted 634, was on the wrong side of the number. Bill Kidd was 15 green, pretty sporty. And then 200 above to get the win. This is Ricky DeShell and Shane Thompson. And we're working on getting all of our tech cards entered into the system. We'll do our best to make it through this appreciation event. Thompson, 004 and 2 above is good. Was out in front by 7th out of the finish line. Duschel was 26 green and dead on 8. And not good enough is Ken Sweel and Dustin Wirtz. It's a pretty good battle right here. Sweel in the Capri out of Oregon. That guy's prime time in Division 6, and Dustin Wirtz, also one of those prime time marquee players up in Division 6. They're in Napa, Idaho. Win for Ken Sweel on a double breakout. Sweel under by 6 thou. Dusty Buckets under by 8 thou. 2 thou going to be our margin of victory. Sweel will advance. It's Daniel Fiello and Chris Silman. Someone in the 73 Datsun 240Z out of Tucson, a small block Chevrolet power. 575 to dial. 632 on the American walk-in cooler side, gonna get the win. It was just too fast. It's Bill Bollock. And Jonathan Fiello. Bollock in that radical chopped 48 angular out of Litchfield Park. Now, I don't think you can get a 32-ounce drink to fit through the driver's window. That's literally the only bad thing about that. Red 66 Chevelle down 651 on a double breakout. Fiello gonna get the win. Was 6 thou in front at the stripe, was 11 green, and 12 thou too quick. Bill Bollock dialed 604, goes 602. And with no buybacks today, Bill Bollock can put my theory to use about being able to take that machine through a drive-through and get a 32-ounce drink through the window. Will Thatcher, shameless 55. Like big red light, and when I say big red light, I mean big red light. I then was quick by a bunch. That was 10 shades of ugly. Will Thatcher will be done for the day. It's Kyle Fritz and Karen Schneider. Fritz for Team Torco, 675 the dial, and Karen Schneider out of Grand Junction, that lidless 63 Corvette. 536 on the American walk-in cooler scoreboard. 675 as we look down at the National Auto Collision Center display. So 2 full bulbs and a half of a third will be the head start there for Mr. Fritz. Fritz, big starting line advantage. 23 green, Karen Snyder. Was 84 thou on the green light start. 1984, pretty good year. Really good Van Halen album. Not a very good reaction time. Fritz 676 and one above to get the win is C.W. Holfer and Gary Roost. The Rooster in that impeccable 55 Chevrolet out of Pahrump. 611 is the dial. C.W. already seen pick up a win in the pro category. For Silver Platter Racing, the 87 Firebird, 763 for CW. Right side, CW with the dump. But Roost's gonna get the win on a double breakout. Wow. CW Hofer dumps the nose to be 3 thou under. Gary Roost in the 55, 1 thou under. The double breakout goes Roost's way by a couple of thou as Mr. Dan Lafferty. In the Camaro Roadster, see the brake lights for Lafferty. Lafferty's trip, zip, and one above, taking 1 thou. Perfect on the tree, taking a thou of the stripe. That's like it's like a 97%er. Might even be like a 98.71%er. There for Dan Lafferty. Perfect on the starting line and taking a thou. That's pretty good. I mean, if you're into like really good things. Angelo Sanchez and Rodney Snyder. Angelo, our winner on Sunday at the 2021 K&N Southwest Showdown. Angelo out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the Chevy 2, and we just saw Karen Snyder bow out in round number 1. Here's Rodney. 68 Snyder on a double breakout will advance. Under by 5 thou. Angelo Sanchez under by 7 thou. And a 2 thou margin of victory. We'll go over to Rodney Snyder's way. It's Jeremy Jacobs and Rick Feaster. Feaster in the Chevy 2. Jeremy Jacobs, 586 down. By 13 thou, going to give the freebie to Feaster. It was 558 with the 2. Said he's going to run 559. As Jason O'Terry. And the not Jelly Bean, Brandon Umberger. As Umberger with no crosstalk in the not Jelly Bean. Or is this like, since it's a roadster and it doesn't have a lid, it's like half a car, so we can't call it the half a Jelly Bean because the car's bigger than the Jelly Bean. Like, this is my conundrum up here. When it came up in the test and tune session, my first inkling was to call it the pickle. Jason O'Terry in the Temecula. Umberger in the Camaro Roadster. Umberger. By 4 thou, we'll move on. 22 green, 521 on the 516. What was 4 thou in front. There, the finish line, it's all that matters. Jason O'Terry was 39 on the starting line. Dowd 711 goes 715 as Vic Spitali and Justin Lamb. Spitali out of Tucson, that blue 27 Roadster. Justin Lamb, Camaro Roadster for Team Rad Torque Systems. Stone Chevrolet, Silver State. Dad Chris behind son Justin. Vic Spitali is away. Justin Lamb, 15 green. Dowd 468 goes 4696. And at a comfortable buffer at that 8th mile finish line, Vic Spitali was 57th out the start, dead on 5, and had no chance. The guy who's sporting the number 1 on the side of that 2019 Corvette, Luke Bogacki. Mr. Luke out of Illinois. Another one of those winners up at Phoenix at the divisional. Quite a bit of smoke coming out of that hot rod. Luke is going to get the win, 19 green, and then was a 10th under. Had 499. On the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard goes 489 for Luke. As your Super Gas World Champion, will light up a win light there in round number 1. As we're going to be on hold as we take a look the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. As Andrew Jaramillo had a little bit of smoke out there. Want to make sure everything is copacetic before we send down our next pair in Super Pro Door Car in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. Once again, we got 10 grand on the line in addition to The winner tonight also gets that free entry into the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout on Saturday night. Race Kidd, Chris Johnson. Race out of Boise, Idaho. The Chevy 2, 614 the dial. Chris Johnson coming down out of the great state of Washington, 627. The number on the silver with black accent, 69 Camaro. Going to be leaving first. Right side. Race Kidd left side. Give it to Chris Johnson. 11 green, dead on 6 to be 17 total. And Chris Johnson just treated Race Kidd like he was going to take the last jelly-filled donut out of the box. Race was 24 green and was just wasting fuel. As Travis Ringuth and David Beckwith. Is perfect on the starting line. I then go 6. I'm sorry, Peter Biondo. 6, 6, 6, 6 for Travis Ringuth. David Beckwith, 42 green and 2 above, and no good. As Darren Dolezal. Chris Spitali. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Super Pro Dragster double entry. Let's get you in 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Dragster double entry in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster Gen Pop in 7 and 8. Once again, double entry 3 and 4, Gen Pop 7 and 8. Is Darren Dolezal going to get the win? 29 green. Goes 628 on the 627. Chris Spitali was better on the starting line, 008. But then 7 above to be behind is Tom Carlson and Greg Christensen. Carlson out of Minnesota, 638 the dial for the Corvette Roadster. And Greg Christensen, Strasburg, Colorado-based team car, the Vega. Win light for Greg Christensen. Had a hundredth of a second advantage down here. And 3/100ths of a second down there at the finish line, going 595 on the 593. Tom Carlson was 29 green and 5/100ths of a second over, and will not light up a win light in round number 1, as Brian Warr and Judd Shoup. Brian in the Warpath Racing Top Sportsman Camaro. Logan Warr walking back behind. Logan had a really good 2021 K&N Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. Judd Shoup out of Gypsum. 70 Dodge Dart. 543 the dial for Judd. Warr turns a red by 16. Judd Shoup going to get a freebie, 48 green and dead on 2, but it was all over on the starting line as Warr turned on that big ugly red light. Williams left before the tree came down. Dan Bain had a pretty good double divisional up at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park. It was 45 green and 546 on the 547 on solo. As Jason Pad and Mid-Mac, Kevin McClelland, Pump Gas Mafia, Rancho Cucamonga, and 27 Roadster, 543 the dial over the American Walk-In Cooler side, and Jason Pad out of Alberta, Canada. And All You Need Is Love. Chevy Love, 622 is the dial. I mean, if we're talking about Beatles songs, you know, All You Need Is Love, and Chad Reynolds is up there just saying, I Am the Walrus. 004 leads second in this pair, as Kevin McClelland is going to get the win. 003 for Kevin, 544 on the 543. Jason Pad was 004, breaks out by 3/100ths of a second. This is Kevin McClelland. We'll come back around for round number 2. Once again, no buybacks today. No buybacks in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. You either turn on a win, you put it in the trailer. There's no third option today. Now there are third options for first round as we press forward throughout the weekend. It's Jeff Broussard and BP Brad Pierce, the all-white Corvette Roadster. In the Sonoma, Brad Pierce is going to get the win. 22 green, dead on 9 is good. Jeff Broussard, 008 better on the starting line, breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second and was out in front by 3 hun at the finish line. Broussard needed another little tappy tap on the brakey brake. Brad Pierce ends up with the win there in round number 1 is Joe Kidd and Kevin McClelland. Peabody over there for Team K&N in the long roof Malibu wagon. At a Rancho Cucamonga, 664 the dial in for Kevin. Joe Kidd off the center scoreboard. Joe looking to the right, and he's looking at the win light in Kevin McClelland's lane. 36 green, 665 on the 664. Joe Kidd was better down here on that Tucson Dragway starting line, was 12th out on the green line start, but then gave the win light back to Kevin McClelland as he was a little too heavy with the brake pedal, going 737 as Nick Downing in the Bustin' Loose Arrow and Ernie Macias. $725 is the dial in for Nick. The Downing family, a long, and I mean long and lengthy and very successful history racing down here in Arizona and all over the West. Ernie Macias, a yellow hot rod, the American walk-in cooler lane, 656 the dial in for Ernie. Once again, single entry or double entry Super Pro dragsters. You should be up in the lanes. In 7 and 8. Ernie is going to get the win. 006 on the starting line. Put 656 as the dial, and he goes 657.3. To be good. Nick Downing got to the finish line first by 13 thou, broke out 7 thou. As Don Toya and Val Sr. Toya out of Tucson, Arizona. 524 on the dial. Val Sr. picked up a win. Bracket racing up at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway for a very decorated super category competitor. His first ever bracket race win. Red light star Val Sr. by 24 thousandths of a second. Don Toya's 15 green in the Roadster. For Don's Rod Shop, the free look at 524. It's going to look at 5237. As Val Sr., to add insult to injury, was dead on 1. Cody Robinson and Dusty Buckets. Dustin Wirtz out of Napa, 529 is the dial. Lidless 63. Dustin and Cody. Cody going to get the win. 14 green and 1 above as Dustin Wirtz flat wore himself out today. Took too much in his first go. Dusty 008 green breaks out by 1 bleeping thou, use your own adjective, and was ahead by 200 at the finish line. You don't see Dustin Wirtz do that very often. It's Corey Jackson. And Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle Rizzoli's just happy because Major League Baseball, the owners and the players, finally came to an agreement a little while ago and have ended the lockout. Watch the nose drop. To be 2 above and get the win. Rizzoli was 19 green and 649 to get the win. Kyle Rizzoli, super good dude, Kyle Rizzoli. Big Dodger fan, which means can't be trusted. So Corey Jackson was 82 thou on the green light start and a thou quick, but that was a 3-striker there for Corey Jackson. Left second, finish line second, and 2 quick. As our Tucson Dragway staff taking a look down there at the National Auto Collision Center. Right there at the 8th mile, a little bit past. Yeah, Victo, I mean, Rizzoli in the shopping cart, but I mean, he's a Dodger fan. Like, ugh. Meantime, Ryan Harrim is back there. He's like, what are you saying about the Dodgers? So round number 1, the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event here at Tucson Dragway, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Can't say enough thank you to all the racers. With all the obstacles we got going on in the country right now, to be here at Tucson Dragway, massive thanks to Shane Thompson for jumping on board Silver State Refrigeration and sponsoring this Racer Appreciation event. Just a little bit of quiet time on the racing surface as we make sure that everything is kosher. So Brandon Umberger did come up in the tower. We had a lengthy discussion about his new hot rod, the Camaro Roadster. So, you know, he has the Jelly Bean. The first time that I saw it, I mean, you know, it's a green, you know, we're going to call it the Pickle. He said he liked the Pickle. Then as we were up here, you know, we were having this whole conversation about, like, where it's half a car because it's a Roadster, can we call it the Half Bean? But then we can't call it the Half Bean because the Camaro's like 3 times the size as the Jelly Bean, so that doesn't make any sense. So then we were talking about that the Camaro could be the Lima Bean because a Lima Bean is bigger than a Jelly Bean, and then we talked about, you know, it could be a Green Bean. But we're open to suggestions for what we're going to call Umberger's ride. We're still kind of on the Pickle, but I kind of like the Lima Bean. Lima Bean might be the leader in the clubhouse. All right, call to fire has been made. It's Stephen Dolan, who was pulled out as the competition single in the Super Pro door car category. Small block Ford in that 86 model. Stephen is going to get a free rip of the tree and a free rip of the racetrack. Time slip is going to see 26 by the RT, and then he's going to see 6:23.8 on that 8th mile lapse time and 1:08.58 on the speed. As we're going to move into round number 1 of our double entry dragsters. Victo, the squash. What about the zucchini? Steve Valdez, Chili Verde, like that. Dave Deming, hope you get your part soon, my guy. Green bean, I like the zucchini. Briscoe Bruce and Jason Rosenbaum. Jason out of Victorville for Team Crime Pays. There for JR, 588 the dial. And Briscoe Bruce out of Pueblo West. Bolton prepared. Dragster. Jason Rosenbaum is in a bad predicament as Briscoe Bruce is 001 on the green light start and in front by 6th out the finish line to be your winner. Jason Rosenbaum was 33 green and 1 above and 6th out shy. As Shane Thompson and Parker Theobald. Parker for Theobald Motorsports. Travis and the team have put together the great trophies for the K&N Southwest Showdown. So I'm looking at today's Racer Appreciation Event Winner Trophy right here next to me. Speaking of Silver State Racer Appreciation, there is Silver State and Shane Thompson. 486 the dial, 46 on both sides. Turned into a 486 index race. Starting line advantage. And the win. 16 green, 2 above for Parker. Shane Thompson was 37th out on the green line start, 487 on the 486, and 100th of a second behind at that 8th mile finish line. It's Parker Theobald. Moving around number 2. As Greg Hicks and Baruch Lams. Baruch out of Hermosillo, Mexico. A dragster of 445. With a power adder there for Baruch and Greg Hicks. Mullis race cars, Fig Speed, Silver State Machine, PG out of North Las Vegas. 483 the dial. There for Hollywood, be leaving first. Baruch tried to drag down Mr. Hicks. Hicks by 13th out. Baruch, they're just dirty. 007 green, dead on 4. That's 11 total. To Baruch, if you went up to Baruch right now and said, Baruch, I'll give you 11 total every time you come up on the starting line, I think Baruch would take that. And if somebody sneaks inside 11 total, then you just tip your cap and tell your competitor good race. Was 003 in front of green, leaving first, 22 red, leaving second, and by True Start, American walk-in cooler side will advance, and as we are continuing to get all of our tech cards entered into the system. That's Cooper Chun. 542 is the dial, National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. KJ Desa out of North Las Vegas. 499 is the dial. LS Power there for KJ. $3,000 is the difference on the starting line. KJ, 12 green, dead 0 is 12 total. Cooper Chun, 15 green, under by a thou. But KJ packaged him up. 12 total. Cooper Chun was going to do absolutely nothing to light up the win light over that National Auto Collision side of the racetrack. Darren Wirtz and Chase Lurkamp. Daryl out of Meridian, Idaho, 481 is the dial. Chase, Dad JR, back behind the runner out of Olympia, Washington. Mullis chassis there for Chase. Virtually identical on the starting line, and Chase Lurkamp is going to get the win. 41 green and 2 above is good. Daryl Dwertz was 39 thou at the start, 0.03 of a second at the finish line as Chase Lurkamp, the youngster, will move on. That's Tom Bear. For Lucas Oil Products, wife Virginia back behind her husband. Tom's Bear School of Drag Racing in Lindsay, Missouri, out of St. George, Utah, 486. The dial for the Theobald Motorsports Team car. You already saw little brother Park Air move on. It's big sis Lindsay. Lindsay going to get the win on a double breakout. 17th thou on the green light start. Tom Bear was 11 green. Breaks out by 8 thou. Lindsay Meserve under by 5 thou. That double breakout, Lindsay Meserve by 3 thou. Will be the margin of victory on the right side of that double breakout. Marco Paravaleris. And Neil Pressimone. Neil and Marco. Marco got 460 in the American walk-in cooler side. Neil from up there in Las Vegas, 507 is the dial. Marco, 001 on the starting line. It was 465 on the 460. Neil was 18 green and 6 above. And no good. It's Marco. Moves it forward with 1 entry. As Chuck Hogg Jr. Spitzer rear engine dragster. And Lloyd Salson Jr. Team Quick Lane. And Rich Ford. 506 the dial for Salveson. Up on the wrong side, Salveson, 007, 5067 to make 14 total. And Chuck Hogg just wasted fuel and wear and tear on the valve train. 19 green and 4 above and just flat out in the way. Morgan Thompson, Larry Richardson, Morgan, Larry, Morgan. Hey, Larry Morgan. Hey, speaking of Larry Morgan, I saw he was on the Pro Stock entry list at Gainesville. That was a 100% squirrel moment. So Morgan for Team Silver State. Larry's going to be leaving first. 488 is the dial. Tucson Dragway starting line. Goes 4.90 over by 2 hun, and had a comfortable margin down there at the finish line. Morgan was 52 green and dead on 9, and no good. There's Jim Glenn. And Sammy Franco 3 sticks. Not very many competitors in the country on the NHRA side of things has had a better start to the 2022 season as Jim Glenn. Brad Burton had a pretty good start to the season too. Jim Glenn had a good start of the season. Drags was 477 on the dial. Sammy Franco the third out of Anthony, New Mexico. Johnny Ezel prepared machine. 580 is the dial for Sammy. Off and away. He's going to leave second. And Jim Glenn left 003 and is going to get the win. 478 on the 477. Sammy Franco the third was Derek Jeter 002 on the starting line. 583 on the 580 to be a hun behind as Jim Glenn lights up another win light in 2022. There's Jeremy Wilson and Michael Pennington. Pennington brothers here in full force out of Texas. 474 the dial in for Michael, and Jeremy Wilson out of Grand Junction, Colorado. There's few things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, carbs are really good, and Jeremy Wilson wins dragsters when they're raffled off. Pennington off and away. Jeremy Wilson trying to run down Michael and not going to be able to do so. Pennington 14 green, taking 7th thou to be 475 on the 474. Jeremy Wilson was 30 at the start and had no chance. Ethan Bourne and Mike Zimmerman. Zimmy, American walk-in cooler side. So Ethan Bourne picked up a championship over at Grand Junction in 2021. Dad Paul back behind son E-Money. Big E. Zimmerman looking to the left. And on a breakout, Ethan Bourne going to get the win. 493 on the 492. Mike Zimmerman had 100th of a second advantage on the starting line, was 21 green, as Big E was 31. Zimmerman broke out by 5 thousandths of a second. Got to the finish line by 34. Tim O'More. And Alexis Thompson. Alexis ran by 2 thou. Tim O'More had a great Thanksgiving up at Las Vegas Motor Speedways. He was the Ultimate Gambler winner. He's 12 green and 3 above to get out of round number 1. Alexis was 002 red. And then we don't want to say what Alexis ran, but she dialed 470 and went 4701 eek as Jeff Taylor. And Brian Sutton. Brian in the drag strut of Pueblo West. 520 the dial. Red lights for Jeff Taylor. It'd be 007 green and 477. But it was all over as Brian Sutton went Babe Ruth red. Jeff Taylor back around for round number 2. So race Kidd and one of the Theobalds. Where we got double entries and stuff moving around. We don't have all our tech cards entered in yet. It's a crapshoot. It's either Travis or Tanner or Parker. Race out of Boise for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Theobald is going to get the win, 005. 488 on the 487 race was 37 at the hit. Down 481, it goes 477, and race Kidd, there was nothing it was going to do to light up the win light. All right, attention to the pin area. Merchandise sales over at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer will be available until 6 p.m. In addition to, if you would like to go down and take care of your entry in that West Coast Bracket Races $50,000 shootout brought to you by Kidd Performance and Dyno, you can do that as well. So again, merch is available, and those Saturday night Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout entries are available until 6 p.m. It's Colton Aragon and Seth Serrano out of Grand Junction. Seth out of Alhambra, California. Colton's going to get the win. 495 was 008. Leaving the starting line, Seth Zermano was 34 green and a 10th above and no good. Stan Esri and Mr. Ryan Harem. Esri out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada for Team Rad. And Ryan Harem, your Super Comp winner last Sunday out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI. Harem, 003. Dows 472, goes 473 to get the win. S3 was 40 at the hit and dead on 3 and no good. It was Ryan Harem. Takes one entry into round number 2 as he was defeated in the Camaro. Once again, no buybacks today. No buybacks in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. As Mark Kidd and Jeremy Wilson Part 2. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 471 is the dial-in. And Jeremy Wilson, Grand Junction, Colorado. Race Tech Prepared Machine. Going to be leaving second with 462 on the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. Jeremy Wilson with a red light start. Mark Kidd gets to come back and play. 18 green, 469 on the 471 the numbers. After Jeremy Wilson was red by 21 thou, he was 2 on above, going 464 on the 462. Dalton Garreau and JR Learcamp. Dalton's dragster, like Matt DeYoung from Tucson Dragway, like they put 14 on Garreau's dragster, 19 red, however. Dalton's day is done. JR Learcamp, the Division 6 car out of Olympia, Washington. You know, at some point this weekend, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get with Dalton, and we're gonna see if you can go sit in Dalton's car and make race car noises. Matt DeYoung's like, that's awesome, it better be a big cage. It's Robbie White and Patrick Marbach. Marbach out of Billsbark, North Dakota in the red shorty. American Prepared Dragster, 505 the dial, 525. There for Robbie White. Marback is going to get the win. 19th thou on the green light start, one above to be 2 itty-bitty thou in front of the finish line. Robbie White was 49 green and 524 on the 525, crossing second as Tyler Murrup for Jordan Moore and Pete's Diesel out of Utah. Bob Siemens, the undercover chassis dragster out of Ogden, Utah. This is like an old school Friday night bracket race at the defunct Rocky Mountain Raceways that is now a bunch of warehouses, which really stinks. Not that I had any personal investment in said facility. Tyler Murrup, 20 green, 507 on the 506. Bob Siemens was 26 green and 2 above. As Tyler Murrup will advance as Bobby Dye and Val Jr. Bobby made it all the way to the final round of the Lucas Oil Divisional event at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park last Sunday against Mr. Harriman. Ended up 1 win light shy of lifting up the trophy. Bobby Dye Jr. for Specialty Fasteners. Finally bumps in stages. Val Jr., who won this event last year, took that momentum to win on Saturday night. 001 red. Barf. Val Jr., 18 green and goes 475 on the 477. And you're defending Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race Champion. Lights up another win light. Bantam over in the National Auto Collision Center side. 487 is the dial. Blake Williams, Chandler, Arizona. Guy with top 10 finish in Division 7 last year. Blake Williams is going to get the win. 006 on the green light start. 83 green for the Bantam over on the left side, and then a 10th over. And Blake Williams had a pretty easy one there in round number 1 as Josh Herman for Herman Racing out of Pueblo. And Allie Clark. Allie for Team Mazier. 490 dial. The Herminator. 464. The predicted performance for Josh. Allie, Josh, double breakout win to Josh Herman, 463.6 under by 4 thou. Allie broke out by 19 thou, taking 29. 16 green as Allie is a little bit better on the starting line. Herman was 30 on the tree. Dodged a bullet and got out of round number 1 as Kevin Johnson and Mark Lalonde. Kevin out of Draper, Utah. They're just about 25 minutes south of downtown Salt Lake. American prepared machine for Kevin and Mark Lalonde. That yellow Yancer dragster out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 22 thou right down there. 5:09.3 on the 5:08 down yonder is good enough for the win. Kevin Johnson was better on the starting line, was 14 thou, initiating his run of 5:14, but he dialed 5:11. And that mathematical formula of getting a win light in round number 1 unable to be solved. It was Dwayne Ringgoth and Matthew Larson. Matthew, Team Larson Farms, 482 is the dial. Moelis prepared race car, an American walk-in cooler side, 482 is the number. Dwayne, coming down of Alberta, Canada. With us this week, turns on the red light by Pete Rose, 14 thou. Pete Rose, the Pete Rose, who wore number 14. Matt DeYoung goes, do you think he's betting? I mean, yes, of course. Matthew Larson, 483 on the 482. Brandon Dolezal and Savannah Kidd. Savannah, the young lady out of Marana, 583 on the all-white dragster. Brandon Dolezal out of Queen Creek. That black and red dragster. Savannah is going to get the win. 34 green. Dialed 583, goes 587 to work out. Brandon Dolezal with 76 trombones on the starting line, and it's normally good enough to lead the big parade. And then got down there and was 459.6 on the 460, but had no chance to flip that win light over to the National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack. As Brandon Lynch that's Jason Dawson over there. It was 001 dead on 5. I mean, it's just like Brandon Lynch is 7 total. He's 7 total. And just got annihilated. That's just not nice. Victor Clark and Carson Campbell. Victor out of Boise. The American Prepared Machine, Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. Couple of Division 6 runners all the way down here in Tucson. Sputter. Carson Campbell going to get the win, 25 green and 2 above. Victor Clark was 547 on the reaction time, and you heard it do its thing down there. Jolie Wegner out of Odessa, Texas. And Mark Campbell. You just saw Carson pick up the win. Mark Campbell right behind. 471 is the dial for MC. Jolie, left side. Mark Campbell's in. And away. Jolie right, Mark left. The winged dragster Mark Campbell going to get the win. 19 green, dead 1 is 20 total. Jolie was 26 thou on the starting line. And was just wasting space. It's Taylor Strange and Shelby Williams. Shelby out to Henderson for Team K&N. See Dad Steve behind. Joe's got 489 on the dial. Taylor Strange out of Colorado. Racecraft prepared dragster. 476 is the number. Is going to break out by 1,000, was in front by 4,000 at the finish line. Shelby gave up a bit on the starting line, was 45 green. Taylor Strange 16 green and 3 above to be good enough as Debbie Dolezal and Paul Orton. These two have been alongside each other a timer a lot. Debbie out of Chandler. That green Dolezal family dragster, 489 is the predicted performance. Paul Orton out of Peoria, 483 for PL. Orton had a big starting line advantage. Left the stage beam 18 thousandths of a second after the tree turned green. Goes 490 on the 483. Debbie Dolezal was way late, being Jerry Rice 80, and then 400 above. And Paul Orton with a pretty easy one. It's Keoki Dasa and Jessica Bogaki. Jessica for Team Mosier, the American prepared dragster out of Carterville, Illinois. Where you saw husband Luke illuminate a win light in round number 1. Jessica looking to push 2 entries for the family into round number 2. All over the center line. Jessica going to get the win, 477 on the 475. 3,000 was the difference on the short end. Jessica was 22 on the start. Keoki was 25,000 on the green light effort, broke out by 9,000, taking 28. Jessica sent him through and got the win. Dean Bush and Team Pennington. Red light start for Pennington. Dean Bush, 008 and a free look at 482, 4815 for Dean Bush. Mullis prepared dragster out of Las Vegas will move on. After being red by 4,000, Pennington dialed 475 and goes 4754. Which, when looking at the time slip, will more than likely result in a donation to the swear jar. It's Trevor Ritchie, or Team Ritchie, and Tanner Theobald. Tanner out of St. George for Theobald Motorsports. Team Ritchie, 479 the number for the team out of Canada. And Team Ritchie, Tanner Theobald, 15 green, 5 above is good. Team Ritchie is 37,000 on the green light start and 488 and no good. It's Jimmy Wegner. dragster out of Texas, 479 the dial, and Trevor Larson. Trevor out of Minnesota. The devious one. So I was telling Kendra how gorgeous her dragster is, and she was like, Trevor stole it from me. And his devious plot, according to Kendra, was to create another child with Kendra so Kendra couldn't drive. And Trevor turns her head by 10 thou and is under by a hun. Jimmy Wagner was 009. And 480 on the 479 have been pretty good. There for Jimmy Wagner. As Trevor Larson is out in round number 1. It's Jim Calloway. And Chris Whitfield. Chris for Go Fast Energy. Chris out of Colorado. Very decorated bracket racer in this part of the world. Out of Colorado, Jim Calloway, 001 green, 543.0 on the 542. That's 11 total. Chris Whitfield was 28 on the start. And no bueno. It's Carl Canavo, the pizza man out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 497 there for C squared. And Chuck Babcock, Chuckles, that flame dragster. 518 is the dial. There for Mr. Babcock. Is going to get the win. 19 green, dead on 4. As Chuck Babcock had a little bitty advantage on the starting line. By 7 thousandths of a second, broke it out by 2 thou, taking 13 thou. Joe Kidd Jr. and Dustin Henches. JKJ out of Marana. 522 is the dial. Dustin Henches out of Olympia, Washington for Left Coast Racing. Mullis, dragster, Dustin is led by 2 thou. Joe Kidd Jr. a free sniff of 522 and he's going to take a big whiff of 525. 11 thou on the starting line. 123 on the speed is Joe Kidd Jr. Takes out Dustin Henches in round number 1. As Bree Herman with husband Josh back behind to the left-hand side, and Val Torres Sr. For Val Torres Construction, the young man who finished number 7 in the world. Super Comp Eliminator out of Valinda, California. Custom home builder. All right, junior dragster competitors. Val is away, Bree is away, and Bree is late. And Val gonna get the win, 476 on the 475. Val Torres is 25 on the green light start, and Bree is 58 green. And even though Bree went 458 on the 458, that starting line deficit She handed over to Val Sr. was too much to overcome. All right, junior dragsters, if you guys would like to make another run at the racetrack, get up in staging lane number 2, please. Junior dragster competitors, if you would like another opportunity at the 8th mile of Tucson Dragway, get up in staging lane number 2, please. As Nathan Thornsley, Palmer, Alaska, and G-Money, Gabe Torres. Gabe's got 474, the American walk-in cooler side. And in a stunning development, Gabe Torres stage second. When Gabe turns on the red light by 12 thou, and Nathan dodges a bullet there with 72 at the rip. Dead on 6 was Nathan. After Gabe was red by 12 thou, couple hunt under. As Mike Quinteri and Leroy Duran. Quinteri, the Obsession dragster out of Anchorage, Alaska. 497 is the dial for Mike. Leroy Duran out of Sun City, Arizona. On the starting line, 498 on the 497 to advance. Leroy Duran was 22 green. And 503.8 was still behind at the finish line by 5 thou. So Mike Quinteri out of Anchorage, Alaska, Tucson to Anchorage is 3,752 miles one way. If we drive it non-stop, it's 63 hours. So if we leave right now, we can be there by Sunday. But why would you want to leave? Chris Berumen rolls through the beams. Greg Christensen. In Colorado is going to get the win, 487. At 122 on the speed. Chris Berumen out of Pueblo. Car lunged through the beams. Out in round number 1 of the Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 win racer appreciation event. Jason Pad for Team Automax. National Auto Collision Center, the left side of the racetrack. 468 is the dial for Pat, Dale, and Daryl Contreras and the Little Bitty Land Shark. Candy Graham. One of the greatest skits in Saturday Night Live history. And the shorty, Jason Pad, the more conventional route, going to get the win. 469 on the 468. Was 30 green. Daryl Contreras was 43 thou on the green light start. Goes 502 on the 504. Jason Pad, we'll see you again. Information put in, 20 total. The American walk-in cooler side, 12 green, dead 8 is good. And juniors, all my juniors, if you want to make another rip at the racetrack, staging lane number 2, if you would please, juniors. Staging lanes number 2, if you would please, is Elliot Franco. John Kalecki. Kalecki 522 is the number. Elio Franco out of La Palma, 558. That hardtail Spitzer machine. Red light start for Kalecki by one bleeping foul. Elio Franco is 33 at the start and 553 on the racetrack. But the win light is illuminated on his side, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It's Chase Learcamp and Cooper Chun. Well, Chase and Cooper are a long way away from home. We could have done this and saved on gas. However, the K&N Southwest Showdown is much more funner. Much more funner. Chase, right side. Cooper, left side. Cooper, 16 on the green light start, dialed 541, goes 541.9. Chase Learcamp was better, as he was 005, right down there on that Tucson Dragway starting line. Dialed 470, goes 467, breaks out by 3 hun. Took a 5 hun stripe, as he just nommed it like Chad Reynolds on a whole box of Girl Scout cookies. Sammy Franco the fourth, and Peter Biondo. Peter out of New York, Spring Fling bracket race promoter, will be up at Las Vegas here in a few weeks for that great event. Sammy Franco the fourth out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. 565 is the dial. Peter wheeling. Peter's already off the gas, was 009 at the start, and goes 473 on the 467. 473 on the 461, excuse me. Sammy Franco had trouble all over the place. 63 green, and then lumbered through the 8th mile with an 821 as the Terminator. Back in round number 2. As we are 478 here, heads up, leaves Chandler Mazier from Mazier Enterprises over on the right-hand side. So again, we are working, getting everything entered into the system. Red light start for Mazier by 3 thou. So Tom Bear and Marco Pervaleris. Marco and Layla and the Pervaleris team. Alongside Tom's Bear, Lucas Oil. Bear left side, Marco right side. This is prime time. Marco going to get the win. 4.602 on the 460. Bear was 005. and one above, and might have given it back by 4th thou. Marco was 15 green, gave up a hunt at the start, but was dead on 2 to sneak it in as Daryl Wirtz and KJ Dessa. KJ out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Daryl Wirtz out of Meridian, Idaho. For Allegiant powder coating. Drivers are stinky on the starting line. As 60 green leaves first. KJ going to get the win, 499 on the 498. Daryl Wirtz 67 at the start, 482.6. Got to the finish line first by 24th thou, broke it out by 14. It's KJ. We'll move on. As Greg Hicks. So Greg Hicks and Tristan Craig. Regular old-fashioned Las Vegas Motor Speedway race. Greg out of North Las Vegas. A Mullis prepared machine. .485 the dial for Hollywood, and Tristan Craig picked up a win up at LVMS a couple weeks ago. 513 is the dial for Tristan. Starting line. Hicks, double breakout, gonna go to Tristan Craig. Tristan under by 2 thou, 512.8 on the 513. He was better on the starting line by 5 thou. Greg Hicks was 29 green, he gave up 5 thou right down there, and under by 4 thou, 2 thousandths of a second the margin of victory for Tristan Craig on a double breakout. As Ethan Bourne and Larry Richardson. Ethan out of Utah, track champ over at Grand Junction in 2021. Larry Richardson, the young man out of Colorado. 488 is the dial, be doing the chasing. Win to Ethan Bourne. 28 green. Larry Richardson had 200 advantage right down there on the starting line as Larry was 008, but he was 400 above. And Ethan was able to put the right combination of numbers together to turn on the win light in his lane as Jeff Taylor and Zach Mazier. JT out of Apache Junction. Mullis prepared machine. Zach out of Boise. For Team Lucas. .496 is the dial-in for Zach. Jeff Taylor has 477. And Jeff Taylor will take out Zach Mazier, 13 green and 1 above to be good. Zach Mazier was in front by 16 thousandths of a second at the finish line to break out 13 thou. Need to snug that up to 2. Was not able to do so as Jeff Taylor. Will advance as Briscoe Bruce and Michael Pennington. Team Pennington out of Texas. 474 the dial. Briscoe Bruce, Pueblo West. For that fine line, Bolton prepared dragster. 528 is the number. Our 009. Michael Pennington going to get the win. 009, dead on 3 is good enough. Briscoe Bruce was also 009. Dials 528 goes 529 to be on the wrong side. So it's Race Kidd's Dragster, and I think but I could easily be mistaken. It might be Logan Ward driving, as Richard McFarland is going to get the win. 13 green and 3 above is good. 41 thou, which I believe was Logan Ward. I think his number 7727, but I 1,000,000% could be mistaken. And 481, and no good. Victor Clark and Allie Clark. And just a set of circumstances. And in a absolute shocking development, Mark Kidd let me know that I was correct, that it was Logan Ward. File that under blind squirrel. Victor Alley. 67 green and 6 above. Victor, down to 480, was 19 green in a dominant position there on the starting line, and then was 499. Which was not what Victor was looking for. So we have, I believe, one pair that's left back there. I believe we have one pair left back there to wrap up round number 1. To conclude round number 1 of our Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation 10 grand to win event today. So again, it literally was a free entry for 10 grand. If you are a weekend entry participant, and if you purchase a Test and Tune card today, it's a free entry into a 10 grander. It's a pretty good deal that Chris Forsyth put together for the K&N Southwest Showdown, and a massive thank you to Shane Thompson and the whole team from Silver State Refrigeration. Hi, Travis Hodges. All right, attention to the pit area. Double entry pro competitors. Double entry pro competitors. Round number 2, let's get you up in 3 and 4, please. Double entry pro competitors. Let's get you up in lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entry pro, round 2 in 3 and 4. General population, round number 2, pro eliminator. Let's get you up in 7 and 8, please. Once again, double entry, 3 and 4. Gen Pop, 7 and 8. It's Chance Parker and Chris Whitfield. Chance coming down out of Utah. See Dad Lance behind his son, 494. The dial in for Chance. Chris Whitfield. Go Fast Energy Dragster, 476 is the dial for Chris. Brandon Lynch also out there behind Chance Parker. Brandon Lynch was 7 total in the first round and put the car in the trailer. Parker is in, Whitfield's in. This last pair. Chris Whitfield is perfect on the starting line. Chris Whitfield, after being perfect on the starting line, is 4.768 on the 4.76 to be 8 total. Chris Whitfield, 8 total. Chance Parker is 30 green, dead on 4, and is done for the day. Once again, round 2, double entry pro. Round 2, double entry pro. Need you in lanes 3 and 4, please. Round 2, double entry pro. Need you in 3 and 4. Round 2, pro eliminator, Gen Pop. Let's get you in 7 and 8, please.
Hello, everybody. It is windy here in Tucson. No surprise, it always is. Every time we're here, it's windy. And I'd like to say that it's just because we're here, but it's just Tucson. Great day, though. Temp is somewhere in the high 60s. Some clouds blowing over, which makes it get cold. But still, great day for a drag race, no question. The weather's supposed to be good all week, or all weekend long. Oh, God, I'm sorry, but that is just horrible, the wind. But anyway, just want to thank everybody for tuning in. Big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration for being the sponsor here this weekend, not only of the event and tonight's race, but they are also the presenting sponsor for all of Bang Shift's live coverage here this weekend. So big thanks to those guys. Really do appreciate it. Love being out here with the West Coast Bracket Racing Series. There is so many cool people out here racing this weekend and a lot more coming. So stay tuned, watch, enjoy. We've got Pro coming up next here in just a few minutes, live from Tucson.
All right, another test session for all of our junior dragster competitors that are here, part of the Junior Invitational, presented by Lucas Oil. Gonna have a run for the money for them tomorrow. Gonna have all sorts of fun stuff throughout the whole entire weekend for all of our great juniors that are here. Addition, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Group 1 and Group 2 will be merged together. Group 3 be solo. Once again, all my double entry pro competitors, double entry pro, should be up in lanes 3 and 4. Gen Pop, all my round 2 pro competitors that are not doubled should be up in lanes 7 and 8. Again, Pro Eliminator. My double entry cars should be up in lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator double entries up in 3 and 4. Pro round number 2, Gen Pop in 7 and 8, please. We're in the middle of our session here for our juniors. And this is all test and tune for our junior competitors, getting their incrementals and data for all of their runs as they prepare to eliminate on Saturday and Sunday. Right, so attention to the pit area. Instead of a parts call, we have a parts found. I have a charging lug up here in the tower. If you're missing your apparatus that helps you charge your vehicle, I might have it. All right, round number 2, Super Pro Door Car. Round number 2, Super Pro Door Car. Double entries, 3 and 4, please. Super Pro double entry, 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car, round 2, Gen Pop in 5 and 6, please. As we work our way through a little test-a-tune session for our junior dragster competitors that are part of the K&N Southwest Showdown event. And I do need Super Pro Door Car, round number 2, my double entries in 3 and 4, Gen Pop in 5 and 6. Pretty please. So Super Pro, double entry into lane 3 and 4, please. Super Pro double entry 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car single entry. Super Pro Door Car double entry 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car double entry 3 and 4. Super Pro Door Car single entry. Up in 5 and 6, please. We're nearing the end of this junior session. Just a test opportunity for all of our young men and young women that are here, part of the Lucas Oil Junior Invitational, the K&N Southwest Showdown, before we move into round number 2 of our Racer Appreciation. Silver State Refrigeration, $10,000 to win. Here on Thursday, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Tomorrow will be Lucas Oil Products Friday. With 10 grand to win over on the Super Pro side. 5 grand to win on the Pro side. Again, double entry Super Pro door car in 3 and 4, please. Double entry Super Pro door car up in 3 and 4. Single entry Super Pro door car should also be heading up into the staging lanes, as we are. In round number 2, in pro. Start off with Sasha Hofer and Daniel Fiello. Sasha out of Calamasa in the state of California. Silver Platter Racing, 758 the dial for Sasha. Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa. Blue 82 Camaro, 630 is the dial. To drop down, 764 for Sasha. Daniel Fiello was off the gas way early, going 765. All right, attention in the pit area, attention on property. If you need fuel, the fuel selling will cease at 6:30. It's about 45 minutes from now. Again, fuel will be available till 6:30, so if you need fuel, got to do it before 6:30. It's Chuck Hawk and Kyle Rizzoli. Chuck out of Tucson, Arizona, the Mustang, 667 the dial for Chuck. Kyle Rizzoli and the Camaro, who last year on Friday raced himself to the final. Rizzoli is 009 down on the starting line and 649 to get the win. Chuck Hawk was 35 green and 1 over. And had no shot. Rizzoli was 30 on the combined. Chuck Hawk was 35 as Tim O'More and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan for Team K&N. That red 67 Chevelle Yucaipa, 649 going to be leaving first. Tim O'More from right down there in Tucson. That blue 88 Camaro, 614 is the dial. And a red light start for Tim. To race that blue Camaro. No longer today. Jonathan Fiello is 18 green, 648.5 on the 649 to get the win. As Ricky Duschel and Victor Sandoval. Ricky in the white on black, 69 out of Palmdale, 632 is the dial. Victor Sandoval out of Tucson. 84 vintage Camaro, 566 for Victor. In that right lane, the American walk-in cooler side. Ricky Duschel was 84 on the starting line. Gave up 0.08 of a second. Victor Sandoval had a pretty easy one there in round number 2. It was Dennis Paz and Noel Cuevas. Noel out of San Ysidro. 679 is the dial. Be leaving second. Dennis Paz and the Mino Camino out of Stockton. 683 is the dial. For Dennis over the National Auto Collision Center side. Dennis in the El Camino. See that nose dump down just a little bit. 687 to get the win. Had a big starting line advantage. Noel was late. And 4 above. That'll be done here in round number 2. As Aaron McClammon. And the El Camino out of Vail. And Denal Rife Albuquerque, New Mexico, red 76 Camaro, 703 the dial, dropping away. Denal right side, Aaron left side, give to Aaron McClammon. 57 green and dead on 4 is good. Denal was 82, starting the run of 704, excuse me. To get the win, Jeff Safranek and the Colt of Arms Mustang, and Luis Valenzuela. One driver is perfect, and that driver is Luis Valenzuela, who lit up the win light. 3 zeros on the reaction time, and 617 on the 614 to be over by 3. Snugged it up to 2 thou the stripe. Jeff Safranek was 34 thou green, and 7060 on the 706, right on the number to the thou, but was 2 thou behind at the stripe, and bows out in round number 2 is C.W. Hofer and Curtis Zinzalita. Curtis on that massive 68 Roadrunner. 675 is the dial. There goes C.W. Hofer. Oh, and Curtis Zinzalita breaks on the starting line. Pulls it over. And C.W. Hofer off the gas, and he'll get the win. Tough break for Curtis. C.W. was 13 green and off the gas to go 804. Curtis was 32 at the hit. And then the shenanigans and tomfoolery went into effect, and Curtis very safely pulled it over alongside the wall in case he was leaking any fluids or anything, because cleaning up a 100-foot mess is never fun, but it's a lot better than cleaning up an 800-foot mess. This is our safety team responding from the big end of the racetrack. Curtis Zinzalita, that big heavy Roadrunner. So again, double entry Super Pro door cars, double entry Super Pro door cars. Should be up in the lanes, please. So again, double entry Super Pro door cars that were victorious. They're moving into round number 2. Be up in the staging lanes at this time, please. All my other Super Pro door cars should be up in the lanes as well, please. Yes, double entry Super Pro door cars. It's only if you lit the lamp in both of your double entry cars. If you lost in one, you can just go into the regular Super Pro door car lanes. So again, you only stay in the double entry lanes if you are still double entered in both cars. We got Curtis Zinzalita hooked up, heading down yonder. Get Curtis off the track. It'll just be a couple more moments of quiet time before we continue to work our way through round number 2. The Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race here at the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. I got Curtis in as the lead off the race. He serves fire Mike Reed and Jack Swanson. Jack in that patinaed 67 Camaro out of Yucaipa. 816 is the dial. Almost a full tree going to be the head start for Jack. Mike Reed out of Peoria. That's 79 Dodge. 682 is the dial for Mike. Red light start for Mike Reed. Jack Swanson with the freebie here in round number 2. And a look at 816, 794 for Jack Swanson. I mean, holding a couple of tenths. It's fine. 681-1 for Mike Reed after being read by Not Sweet 16 is Chris Stout. The Vega out of Pocatello. That's up in the 208. Steve Watkins out of Phoenix. The red 2000 Corvette, 844. The dial in for Steve. Steve's away. Rip down there for Stout. Gonna get the win. 729 on the 723 was 35 green. Steve Watkins a little bit behind to the starting line and then 5 hunt over. As he looks over to the left, at Chris Stout's win light is Paul Lorton and Russell Lopeman. Russell, the 64 Nova, the Magician out of Auburn, Washington. 659 is the dial for Russell. Paul Lorton. Hughes Performance Vega out of Peoria. 632, the dial in for Paul. Russell, Paul, give it to Paul Lorton. A couple hundredths advantage on the starting line. And 3 above, going 635 on the 632. Was 50 on the bulb. Russell Oatman was 78 down there. And 661 on the 659. To be a couple hunt behind at the stripe as Marcos Ocampo and Mark Kidd. Marcos out of Glendale, Arizona, 661 on the dial. Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Red light start for Marcos. It was 62 green and 613, but good enough. After Marcos was red, was also too fast, going 659, breaking all sorts of rules. It's Tony Marconi and John Schur. John Shear out of Peoria. The Mr. Magoo Valiant, 679 is the dial. Tony Marconi. Marconi's in a good spot and going to get the win. 10 green and 2 above will advance. John Shear is 46th thou on the green light start on hunt above. Going to bow out in round number 2 is Eric Daniels and Jeff Jones. Is going to turn a red by 55 thou. Eric Daniels will advance. The Vega from Chandler is late on the starting line and over by a bunch, as Jeff Jones is red and under by a bunch. It's kind of a weird round, as Sasha Hofer and Steve Roars. Roars 653 the dial for the 82 Camaro. Out of Wisconsin, Sasha Hofer out of Calamasa. Sasha Hofer, 005 green, dead on 4 is 9 total. She's just bad. Sasha Hofer makes me giggle. 9 total off the bottom there for Sasha. This is Monty Beagle, a super cool 33 Ford Coupe out of High River, Alberta, Canada. It's our competition season. 601. 22 green and 602. There for Monty Beagle. All right, attention to Perry. All my junior competitors, junior dragster competitors, you guys are going to be done for the day as we're trying to play a little catch-up. Junior dragster competitors, you guys are done for the day. You will have 2 time rips tomorrow, plus a run for the money. So you guys will make 3 runs tomorrow. But all of our junior dragster competitors, you guys are done for the day. We appreciate you being here. The opportunities there at the racetrack. So once again, junior competitors, all my junior competitors, you guys are done for the day. Cody Robinson and Dave Johnston. Cody in the Camaro, 650 is the dial. Dave Johnston, Cave Creek, Arizona, the Beretta. Johnston, a little bit better on the starting line by 12 thou, and goes 550 on the 548. Coded out 650 and 653 is what he put on the racetrack. And he'll bow out in round number 2 as Judd Shoup and Shane Thompson. Judd in that final call, Super Pro door car. If you are not in the lanes, you will not get a play. Judd Shoup out of Gypsum, the Dodge Dart, and Shane Thompson for Silver State Refrigeration. As Judd Shoup is red by 5 thou, Shane Thompson goes 503. It's 27 thou at the rip. Judd Shoup, after being red by 5 thou, was then under by 5 thou, going 540 on the 541. It's Corey Jackson and Greg Christensen. Corey out of Washington. That bright orange 63 Corvette Roadster, 508 is the number. Greg. In the Vega out of Strasburg, Colorado, 591 is the dial-in for Greg. Not gonna get there. Greg had a couple hundredths of a second on the starting line, was 21 green, and goes 592.0 on the 591. Got to the finish line first by a couple hundredths of a second. Corey Jackson was 42 Jackie Robinson on the starting line. And dead on 7 and no good, Jackie Robinson, as we're going to celebrate 75 years here on April 15th. Jackie breaking the color barrier. Now that baseball got their stuff together, is Brandon Umberger in the zucchini. We'll get to the bottom of that. Umberger's going to get the win. 28 green and dead on 6 to be 34 total. Dave Thompson is 40 at the start and then under by 9 hun. And Umberger had Dave Thompson covered on both sides. This is Rick Feaster and Justin Lamb. Rick out of Maricopa, 63 Chevy 2, Justin Lamb for Rad Torque Systems. Stone Chevrolet. Justin in that Camaro Roadster, 467 for the young man out of Henderson. Rick Feaster's 559 on the dial. So almost a 2-bulb head start for Rick Feaster in that National Auto Collision Center side. Feaster is 36 green, and then a lot over. Justin is red by 2 thou and goes 476. It's Kyle Fritz and Gary Roost. Rooster in the 55 Chevrolet out of Pahrump. Be doing the chasing with the 605 number, Kyle Fritz. For Team Torco, 674. The dial in for Mr. Fritz. Is red by 37, gonna give a freebie. Kyle Fritz, 6737. For Fritz, was 34 thou. Starting his run. After Gary Roost was red, he was then 500ths above his prediction, going 610. It's Ken Sweo. And Rodney Snyder. Sweo in the Capri out of Oregon. And Rodney Snyder. Scotty's muffler and Grand Junction. The blue 68 Camaro Roadster. Snyder is in a massive hole of the starting line. Ken Sweo, 003, dead on 4, is 7 total. Rodney Snyder was 73 on the reaction time and was just wasting space. Stephen Dolan and Dan Bear. Stephen out of Tucson. The 86 Ford Mustang, 621 is the dial. Dan Bear out of New Mexico, the 69 Camaro had a pretty good weekend. And already up alongside Stephen, going to get the win. 005, dead on 9 is 14 total. And back-to-back races where we're completely locked out. Stephen Dolan's 31 green and had no shot. This is Don Toya and Chris Johnston. Toyota, Tucson, the 34 Chevrolet Roadster for Don's Rod Shop. Chris Johnson out of Washington. Johnston, the 69 Camaro. He's got 625 on the board. So Don's Hot Rod Shop. Chevy Roadster for Don Toya. Gonna bump in last. Rip. Tree. And away. From the starting line. Montoya left side. Chris Johnston right side. Chris Johnston. John Stockton on the starting line. 12 green. 625.3 on the 625 to be 15 on the combined. Don Toya wasn't locked out, but he was 13 green and 200 above and no good. All right, Super Pro Eliminator, double entry Super Pro. If you are still in with both entries, need you in 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, all the other single entry Super Pro Dragster over in 7 and 8 as we have Brad Pierce. And here it goes. Brad off and away is 007 and 3 above to be good. Goes all was 37 green and 2 above with no win light. It's Brad Pierce back in round number 3 as Daniel Fiello. That blue 82 Camaro gonna be alongside Ernie Macias. So Daniel 630 as both drivers are pre-staged. Daniel rolls in. Ernie rolls in. Fiello out in front. And Ernie down there. Chirped him pretty good. 656.7 on a double breakout to get the win. Daniel Fiello was 007 green. And 2 quick, taking 3 at the stripe. It's Ernie Macias. Well, back in round number 3 is Jonathan Fiello. And Peabody, Kevin McClelland. The Malibu wagon. The drive-in special for Team Tuna Tank. And Team K&N. I gotta get with Charlie Allen to see if I am still an honorary member of Team Tuna Tank. I think when they make you an honorary member of something, I don't think they revoke that privilege. Mid-Mag goes 666 at 96 miles an hour to be on the wrong side. Jonathan Fiello's 009 and 3 above. As Jonathan Fiello will move on. As Daniel McClelland. That is Peabody in the Roadster at Rancho Cucamonga. Chevy 2. McClelland's going to get the win, 007 and a thou under. Bill Kidd was 24 green and 15 under. As we'll get it straightened out, a pretty good one down on the starting line. Kyle Rizzoli and Luke Bogacki. Luke for Team Mosier. Super Gas World Champion last year. And Kyle Rizzoli. You're talking about both of these competitors, you literally can run out of superlatives, but it'll take about an hour. And we just don't have the time. 488 is the dial for Luke. 646, the number for Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle Rizzoli was 003 at the starting line and under by 3 Hun. Luke was 12 green and under by 3 Thou, and on a double breakout win, it's going to go Luke's way. The competition single and Super Pro door car is Dynamite Dan Lafferty for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting and his Camaro Roadster out of Wendell, Idaho. I still have to get confirmation, but I do believe that Dan Lafferty was the president of the Chamber of Commerce with a free look at 480. Lafferty was 15 green and 478. As that's going to wrap up Super Pro door car. I believe we are going to have some quiet time on the racing surface, as we're going to do a little work on the track. The Tucson Dragway team going to get to work, and I need Super Pro Dragster double enter. That is, if you double entered and you lit the lamp in both entries. In lanes 3 and 4, please. All my single entry Super Pro Dragsters, you up in 7 and 8. Now, if you're double entered and you get beat in one of the entries, you are no longer double entered. You move into the single entry competitors. So again, if you were double entered and you got bounced in one of your entries, you are now single entered. So you run with the single entry machines for the rest of the night. But if you are double entered and you win in both entries, then you are still double entered. It's a present tense operation. So we'll have a little bit of quiet time on the racing surfaces. Again, if you need fuel, you have like 12 minutes in order to purchase said fuel. If you need fuel, you got a couple more minutes before fuel closes for the day. entry, round number 2. Lindsay Meserve and Jim Glenn. Jim out of Washington. 478 on the board. And Lindsay Meserve out of St. George. Theobald Motorsports. See Dad Brent behind his daughter. What did Jim Glenn ever do to you? Like, Jim Glenn's a good guy. And Lindsay just went 005 dead on 1 to be 6 total. Jim Glenn's deuce on the starting line and just, like, boring. This is Briscoe Bruce. Is 8 total. How about 8 total beats 9 total? Marco, 002, dead on 6. Briscoe Bruce is 008, dead on 1. 8 total beats 9 total. Again, Super Pro Dragster, you should be up in the lanes, please, round number 2. Super Pro Dragster. Up in the lanes, round number 2, is Jeff Taylor and Baruch Lamas. Baruch, that Pro Charge Dragster, 443 is the dial. Jeff Taylor out of Apache Junction, 474 is the dial in for JT. Hard charging machine. Baruch is 005, dead on 6 to be 11 total, and Jeff Taylor's 14 green. And another one of our aces, where the opponent is fully locked out. Baruch 11 total, Jeff Taylor's 14 green and dead 0. 14 green and dead 0 is gonna win, like, let's call it 89% of the races. But 14 green dead 0 is a round 2 runner-up. See, we don't have round 2 losers, we have round 2 runner-ups. It's Cooper Chun and Parker Theobald. Parker for Team Theobald Motorsports, 486 is the dial. Cooper out of Washington, 541 the number. And Cooper Chun, this is just sick. Cooper Chun's 001 dead on 3 to be 4 total. Parker Theobald's 003 had to be dead 0 and is dead 9. 4 total for Cooper Chun, 12 total for Parker Theobald. As it's turned like filthy dirty all of a sudden. As Richard McFarland and Ethan Bourne. Ethan, 489 is the dial. For the runner out of Utah, Richard McFarland and that very unique home-built machine. 598 is the dial for Richard. McFarland's 006 and under by 1,000. And after Ethan Bourne, his 003 red is dead 0. Ethan Bourne, red by 3,000 and dead 0. McFarland was 006 green and under by 1,000 as Mark Kidd. and KJ Desa. Mark out of Twin Falls, 471 for Kidd Performance and Dyno, 497. The dial for KJ out of North Las Vegas. The yellow dragster, the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. KJ gonna get the win. 15 green and 1 above is good enough. Mark Kidd gave up 5 thou on the starting line, was 20 on the light. Got to the finish line first by 9 thou, breaks it out 3 thou. Needed to take 5 down there instead of 9 to flip the win light over his way. Colton Aragon and Michael Pennington. Colton at a Grand Junction. 491 is the dial for Colton. Michael Pennington out of Texas, Pennington Brothers. 474 is the dial for Michael. For Michael Pennington, and then 473.5 on the 474. Colton Aragon out in front of green by 9 thou. Bows out in round number 2 is Joe Kidd Jr. and Larry Richardson. JKJ, Adam Marana. Flame Dragster, 521 is the number. Right side for Larry Richardson. And Colorado, 490 is the number. Kidd Jr. will light up the win light. Little advantage on the starting line for Joe. Dials 521, goes 5-2-4-1 over by 3. Larry Richardson was 29 green. He was behind by a couple of hunt at the start. And 2 hunt above, 492 on the 490 to be on the wrong side. As Dean Bush and Matthew Larson. Dean out of Las Vegas, most prepared machine, 481 on both sides of the racetrack. Matthew out of Yuma for Team Larson Farms. Most prepared race car for Matthew. For 481 Index Racing. 2 thou is the difference, and you hear the rips down there. 481.7 for Dean Bush to get the win by 9 thou. Matthew Larson was 18 green. 482.4 on the 481. Dean Bush was 16 at the start. To get the win is Josh Herman and Ryan Harem. Josh out of Pueblo for Herman Racing. Wife Bree back behind Josh. 461 is the dial. Alongside Ryan Harem. High gear out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI. Your Super Comp winner at the second race. They're on Sunday up at Wild Horse Pass. After that divisional ended, continued south to be with us here at Tucson Dragway, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Harem's 007, we're looking at 471, 468 for Ryan Harem. After Josh was red by 18 thou. Josh was 18 thou in front of green. And goes 462 on the 461 is Elliot Franco and Mark Lalonde. Lalonde in the yellow dragster out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 507 is the dial. Elliot Franco going to be leaving first. The youngster out of La Palma in the state of California. 554 is the number for Elliot Franco. Franco was 003, breaks out by 5 thou, took 30 down there at the finish line. To that finish line like it was a big, nice meatball sub and just went to town. Mark Lalonde will get the win. It's Tim O'Moore, who was defeated in the Camaro. And I believe Allie Clark. With double entry and all the fun stuff goes on. Double entry and all the fun stuff. Oh, and Tim O'Moore rolls for the beans. Allie goes 488, 140. Is dead on 3. To get the win, Tim O'Moore will get all that sorted out. As we bring up Jason Pad. And Riley Learcamp. So Jason, out of Alberta, Canada, 469 on that wing dragster. Over the right side is 3 thou separate on the starting line. Riley Learcamp sticks the landing with a 2 from the Italian judge to be 15 total. Jason Pad was 16 green and had no chance. As Riley Learcamp locks out Jason Pad is Jimmy Wegner and Val Torres Jr. Val, your defending event champion of the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event. At 477, the dial for Val. Jimmy Wegner, 478 is the dial for the young man out of Odessa, Texas. Jimmy Wegner, 23 on the starting line and dead 0. Takes out Val Jr., 21 on the starting line and dead 6. 23 total takes out 27 total, and your defending event champ is bounced in round number 2. Lorton, Peoria, 481. Mark Campbell, Olympia, Washington, 469 for the winged dragster in the American Walk-In Countryside Racetrack. Red light start, and he is not not going to like when he grabs that time slip and sees that Mark Campbell was 69 thou on the green light start. Talked about, like, if you're red, if you're like 3 red, 5 red, 6 red, the guy on the other side is like 008, 10 green, like, good. But when you're like 5 red and the person on the other side's like 60, that's just, it's a bad day. Greg Christensen and Val Sr. Val out of Valinda for Val Torres Construction. See 473 over on Val's side. Greg Christensen on the dragster. See 478. Racers, identical reaction times. And on a breakout, gonna go Val Torres direction. Greg Christensen, as both drivers were 30 green. Greg was 478 on the dial, goes 4779, breaks out by a thou, taking 18 at the finish line. Eek. He's gonna be sad. Jim Calloway, Nathan Thornsley. Jim out of New Mexico, Mullis Dragster, 548 for 542 index racing again. Nathan Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. I've dialed 542 and the win gonna go to Jim Calloway. So Nathan Thornsley heads up on the wrong side there. Final call, like final call. Super Pro Dragster, if you are not in the lanes, you are like way late. It's Taylor Strange and Carson Campbell. Saw Mark Campbell light up a win light as Paul Lorton went red. Carson has 499 on his Mullis Dragster. Taylor Strange out of Colorado, 476 is the predicted performance. Rip down there for Carson Campbell, 5 flat to get the win, 26 green for Carson. Taylor Strange was 35 thou on the green light start and 2 above, and will not light up a win light. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who are still in competition, Tucson Dragway, the rule of thumb is the track lights are on, that means your tail light needs to be on. Again, all drivers, get those tail lights on if you would, please. Tail lights on, please, and don't make me tell you twice. As Tristan Craig in Neil's whip, still waiting over on the left side. We're working on it, we promise. We're working really hard. Red light starts. Tristan, 17 green, and look at 509, 506 at 136. 004 red. We're the National Auto Collision Center side, and 492. As Carl Canavo and Giovanni Kalecki. Big Sexy. The Maple Valley, Washington, 520 is the number for Giovanni. Carl Canavo, the Pizza Man. Out of Las Vegas, 497 is the dial. Canavo. Dominating position on the starting line. Lights up the win light. 12 green and 1 above is good. Big Sexy was not sexy on the starting line, was 59 green and had no chance. It's Travis Theobald right side. $487 the number for the Theobald Motorsports team car. As I'm looking at the Theobald Motorsports, Travis put together the great trophies here for this event. Green light starts. Double breakout win for Travis Theobald. 21 green and 2 under. Better than 34 green and 3 under there on the double breakout. All right, pro round number 3. I believe Sasha is still double entered. You should be up in 3 and 4. Pro eliminator double entry up in 3 and 4, and I believe it's only Sasha. Pro eliminator single entry up in 5 and 6, please, for round number 3. As Jeff Taylor and JR their camp. Jeff out of Apache Junction, 474 is the dial. Taking on Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor, JR Durkamp, sorry. JR out of prepared machine. Learcamp, 006, dead on 6 is 12 total. Jeff Taylor's light was Blackjack. And will not get paid. JR Learcamp, 12 total to move on. That's Tyler Murrup and Lloyd Savelson. Lloyd out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, 506 is the dial. And Tyler Murrup for Jordan Mower, Pete's Diesel, 503. The dial there for Tyler. Ends up being 5 thou in front, 15 green, 507.4 on the 506 to be good. Tyler Murp was better on the starting line, was 006 starting his run, but 505 on the 503 and was 5 thou behind. There at the finish, Lloyd Savelson be back up for round number 3 as Blake Williams, and Jason Dawson. Blake out of Chandler, top 10 runner. They're in Division 7 in Super Comp last year, and Jason Dawson out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. JD has 473 on the dial. Williams, 001 red, is going to be done for the day. Jason Dawson dodges a bullet there, 40 green and a thou under. But it was all over right there on the starting line as Blake Williams was red by a thou as Patrick Marbach and Savannah Kidd. Patrick out of Bismarck, North Dakota, a little shorty American. 505 the dial for Patrick. Savannah Kidd, the young lady out of Marana, 585. Savannah's prediction for round number 2. Savannah Kidd. Almost identical reaction times, just 1 thou separated the two competitors. Savannah was 22 green. Patrick Marbach was 21 thou on the green light start. Savannah got down there and tidied it up to be 3 thou in front, light up the win light. As Mike Quinteri out of Alaska and Mr. 7-time Peter Biondo. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say this is the first time that Mike Quinteri and Peter Biondo have ever been side by side. I mean, Prediction Machine is going to say this is the first time they've ever raced each other. 497 for Quinteri, Peter Biondo 459 the number. Biondo is going to get the win, 006 green, and dead on 7 there for Peter. Quinteri was red by 23 thou and 6 thou too quick, but Peter Biondo. In the Marco machine, back for round number 3. Is Marco Pervaleris and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica out of Carterville, Illinois for Team Mosier. The American Prepared Machine, 472 is the number. There for Jessica. Marco, Layla, the team out of Petaluma. Marco, 004 on the green light start, 459 is Layla and Nick. Celebrate Marco turning on the win light there. 004, 459 to get the win. Jessica was 21 green and under by 5 thou and still got to the finish line second as Marco tidied it up to 2 thou. It's KJ Desa and Parker Theobald. KJ, the young man out of North Las Vegas. 496 is the dial, and Parker, the young man of St. George. They're in the southwest corner, Utah. 490 is the dial for Parker. Theobald. KJ was better at the starting line by a couple hundredths of a second. Parker got down there and fed him the stripe like Sally Martini is feeding me his meatball sub. Parker 42 green and 2 above at just 120 miles an hour. KJ breaks out by 4 thou, taking 4 hun as Parker got down there and threw out the anchor. So Ethan Bourne and Michael Pennington. Big E out of Riverton, Utah. 488 is the dial. 474. The number for Michael Pennington. The Pennington brothers out of Texas. We'll have their whole contingent here. It in 006 and 1 above for Michael. Ethan was 37 green and 1 thou under, but was still over 100th behind at the finish line. It's Chris Whitfield. The competition single for Go Fast Energy. 475 is the dial. I mean, is the number. I mean, Whitfield's going to get a free look at it as there's nobody in the other lane. Let's see, Whitfield is going to be better than 009 at the starting line. I mean, you have to call your shot. 9 or better. Better than 009. He was 31 red. So he was in a hurry to get that car back to the trailer and put the charger on it. It was 474 at 146. That's going to wrap up Super Pro round number 2. We're moving right into Pro Eliminator round number 3 for all of my French friends. And to start us off is going to be Sasha Hofer, who is still double entered. Inner 91 Firebird out of Calamasa. 758 is the dial. Jonathan Fiello in the Chevelle out of Yucaipa. The red hot rod for Team K&N. The American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Sasha left side. Jonathan right side. Watch that nose drop. Jonathan Fiello going to get the win. 652 on the 649. Sasha was 59 green and dead 8. But was uncharacteristically tardy. Jonathan Fiello takes out one of Sasha Hofer's entries as Monty Beagle and Kyle Rizzoli. Monty out of High River, Alberta, Canada. The 33 Ford Coupe. It's like that hot rod. 6 flat the dial. Kyle Rizzoli, 643. The number for Mr. Rizzoli. A black on white Camaro. So Monty Beagle left side. Kyle Rizzoli over on the right side. 4,000 is the difference on the starting line, and Kyle Rizzoli drops to be dead on 3 and get the win. 643.3 on the 643. Monty Beagle was better on the starting line by a few thou, but then was 3 hunt over.
Sure, just put it in the car. Thank you. I appreciate it. Love you too.
Again, final call for door car for Pro Eliminator round 3. We believe we're missing a car. It's Aaron McClellan and Victor Sandoval. McClellan by 75 now. Victor Sandoval a free look at 564 and he's dead on 5 to get the win. Super Pro door car round number 3. Super Pro door car round number 3. Lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro door car. Seven and 8. It's Dennis Paz and Jack Swanson. Paz turns red by 7 thou. Jack Swanson with an opportunity to check out 792, and he's going to check out dead 0. 18 green, 7920. Will get the win. After Dennis Paz was red by 7 thou, was then quick as well by 6 thou. As Chris Stout and Mark Kidd, this is just like regular Friday night at Firebird Raceway. Stout out of Pocatello, the Vegas, 723 the dial. Mark, Kidd Performance and 9 on the shoot. Mark right side, Chris left side. Mark Kidd, double breakout win, 614-6. 6 thou separated him on the starting line. Chris Stout is under by 18th thou, as Mark Kidd is your double breakout victor, as Tony Marconi and C.W. Hofer. C.W. out of Calamasa, the 87 Firebird for Team Silver Platter, Tony Marconi. In the car that rolled right out of the showroom just like that, 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster. Tony out of Surprise, 589 is the dial. Dump down for CW and going to get the win. 1 thou was the difference in the reaction times. CW was 48 on the green light start. Tony Marconi was 49. CW was then 766 dropping. Tony Marconi was 592 to be 3 above, but CW Hofer will get a comeback and play, as we need Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. Should all be up in the lanes, please. There are no double entries left in Super Pro door car. Eric Daniels and Sasha Hofer. We just saw Sasha bow out in her double entry on the other side. The Firebird out of Calamasa, Eric Daniels, super clean Vega out of Chandler. 698 is the dial. Sasha, 758 is off and away. Sasha out in front, we'll see that butt lift up. Oh, and breaks out. Sasha made it with 2 entries down to 3, or 2 entries into round 3 and lost in both. Sasha was 19 green and 3 hunt too quick. Eric Daniels was 49 green and way slow. Sasha took a lot and breaks out. It's Paul Lorton and Luis Valenzuela. Lorton out of Peoria, 627 is the dial for the Hughes Performance Red 76 Vegas, 614 the predicted performance for Luis Valenzuela out of Tucson in the Nova. Luis Valenzuela going to get the win. 004 on the starting line and 4 above is good enough. Paul Lorton was 57 green and gave up 500 right down there in the starting line, and that's no good. All right, moving forward. Super Pro Door Car. Here now, number 3, Jonathan Fiello. And the Super Gas World Champion, Luke Bogat. For Team Mosier, 487 is the dial for Luke. Fiello, 647. He's going to be out there a ways before Luke releases the hounds. Here comes Luke, and a rip to get the win. 008 and 4 above for Luke. Fiello was Reggie Jackson on the starting line, and well, when you're 44 on the green light and the guy in the other lane has got the number 1 on the scoop, it's going to be tough to light up a win light. Luke is 008 and 4 above, and good by a couple. All right, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster round number 3, double entries in 3 and 4. Single entries over in 7 and 8. Super Pro Dragster round number 3, double entries in 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster single entry over in 7 and 8. As Greg Christensen and Chris Johnston. Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado in the Vega. Chris Johnston out of Washington. That silver 69 Camaro 624 is the dial for Chris. Give it to Chris Johnston, 13th thou, right down there. 625.7 on the 624, right down there is good enough. Christensen was 5 thou better leaving the starting line, being 008, and Greg Christensen's 593 to not light up a win light is Rick Feaster and Dave Johnston. Feaster out of Maricopa. 63 Chevy 2, 561 is the dial. Dave Johnston out of Cave Creek. The blue 96 Beretta, 548. The predicted performance, a red light start for Feaster by 2-4. Johnston is 18 green and 400 fast, but lights up the win light. And after Feaster was red, of course, he's dead on 3. For Rick Feaster, it's Kyle Fitz and Shane Thompson. Shane for Team Silver State, as we are Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event. 504 the dial in for Mr. Thompson. 673 the dial in for Kyle. Fritz, 008. And 100 above, Shane Thompson gave up a bunch on the starting line. Got to the finish line by 5 thou, broke out by 6 thou. As Fritz had Shane Thompson locked out. As Brad Pierce and Dan Bain. Bain out of New Mexico in the Camaro 545 the dial. BP out of Riverside. 6 flat the number for Mr. Pierce. Pierce looking to the left. Here comes Dan Bain. Brad Pierce, 17 green, dead on 3 is 20 total. Dan Bain was 30 up front and was wasting fuel. Dan Lafferty Drilling and Blasting. Wendell, Idaho, 478 the dial, alongside the Zucchini of Brandon Umberger. Grand Junction, 69 model Camaro Roadster. Lafferty with the brake lights bumping in. It's just awesome. Lafferty in a dominating position. Rip down there to get the win. 481. Lafferty was 18 green and Umberger was not 18 green. Umberger was 46 on the green light start. Lafferty will move on to round number 4. So again, Super Pro Dragster, need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Kevin McClelland for Team Tuna Tank. 541 the dial. Ernie Macias. American walk-in cooler side, 656 off and away using the throttle stop. McClellan is on the chase and will get the win. Macias breaks out by 13 thou, taking 35 down there. Kevin McClellan, 25 green and 1 above, is good enough to move the Roadster. And round number 4 is Ken Swiel, the Super Pro Door Car Single. The Capri out of Oregon City, Oregon. 590 the dial-in for Mr. Swiel. Ken Swiel was out in front of green by 12 thou, which is totally copacetic on the single, and then dead on 6, 590 with that 6 there on the solo. And Super Pro Dragster, all my double entries, you should be up in the correct lane. Super Pro single entry. Up in the lanes as well, please. So as we're getting ready to send Super Pro Dragsters up forward, Just have a quick message out to Dustin Henches. I like super heart you with like 4 heart emojis, and maybe even like the one with the face that's like blowing the kissy face emoji, like 6 of those too. Dustin Henches, you are definitely my sunshine. And I'm going to come to the pit area and I'm going to sing to you later. Super Pro, round number 3, in dragster. Marco Paravallaris and Cooper Chun. Couple of real good runners right here. Couple of young men that nobody would be surprised if they're last one standing today. Cooper out of Washington, 541 is the dial. Marco, 459 the number. For Marco and Layla and Nick. Peter Biondo in the house. Paravallaris is this week. Marco. Cooper Chun was up on the wheel. Cooper, 002 green, dead on 1. Oh, no, sorry, 1 above. 002 green and 1 above. Marco is 14 green and 1 above. And the better combination of numbers, there to Cooper Chun. Joe Kidd Jr. and Michael Pennington. Joe, 521 the dial. Michael Pennington. Pennington Brothers out of Texas, 474 is the number for Michael. Rip down there for Michael Pennington to get it done. Better on the starting line. By 0.03 of a second. And 2 above. Joe Kidd was 40 at the start and dead on 9. And no good is Dean Bush and Chase Learcamp. Chase out of Olympia, 467, the predicted performance. We'll be leaving second. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas, the most prepared dragster. 482. And a red light start for Chase by 9,000. Dean Bush is 12 green and 480. The 482 prediction was Dean Bush. There's Jimmy Wagner, sorry. And Baruch Lamas. Baruch out of Hermosillo, Mexico. That Pro Charge dragster, 442 is the dial. Jimmy out of Odessa, Texas, 477. Be leaving first by 60% of 1 bulb. green and 1 above. Baruch was red by 3, itty-bitty foul. Bow out in round number 3, Jimmy. We'll see again is Jim Calloway and Richard McFarland. As Richard McFarland, perfect on the starting line, says I'm going to run 597 and goes out there and runs 597.5. Even my remedial math skills can add 5 and 0 and come up with 5 total. Jim Calloway was 30 green and just stinking up the joint. It's Peter Biondo and Carl Canavo. Peter, the Parabolaris machine, 459 on the dial. Carl Canavo, Pizza Man out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 494. This is a dial in for C squared. In, tree, away. Biondo is 001 and rips it to 464 to get the win. Carl Canavo was 30 green and 2 above as Peter rip down there to be 2 thou in front at the finish line. And I mean, there's no other way to say it. I want to be Peter Biondo when I grow up. I mean, just think if Peter raced more often. Everybody at the area is like, no, let's not do that. That's a horrible idea. Tristan Craig and J.R. Leerkamp. Tristan out of Las Vegas. 508 is the dial. And Neil Pressmoni's machine and J.R. Leerkamp out of Olympia, Washington, 478. There for Mr. Leerkamp. There for Left Coast Racing. And a double breakout win will go J.R. Leerkamp's direction. Tristan a little better on the starting line, was 21 thou at the start of his run, but breaks out by 0.03 of a second. J.R. Leerkamp was 100th of a second behind. 31 green, then goes 4.773 to break out by 7 thou. And the 7 thou breaking out is less Werscher than 300 breaking out, J.R. Leerkamp. Come back around, and round number 4 is Val Torres Sr. and Mark Campbell. Val out of Valinda. For Val Torres Construction, the young man who finished number 7 in the world last year at the Super Comp Eliminator. And Mark Campbell out of Olympia, Washington, the Mullis Prepared Dragster, 471 is the number for Mark, so just 0.02 of a second is separated as they leave the starting line. Mark already has that 200 made up, and a breakout win for Val Torres. Mark Campbell breaks out by 8 thou, taking 33 as Val Sr. got down there and literally dropped the anchor. 473 at almost 15 miles an hour less than Mark Campbell's 470. Val got down there and made sure the brakes are working accordingly. And moving around number 4 is Mark Lalonde and Carson Campbell. We just saw Mark defeated in that previous pair. Carson out of Olympia, Washington, the Mullis dragster. There for the wing on the American walk-in cooler side, and Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 508 is the dial. Stellar right down there, but Carson Campbell is going to light up the win light. 498. On the 499 was 38 on the tree. Mark Lalonde 61 on the green light start, and then 507 on the double breakout. 2 thou is going to be your margin of victory as Carson's under by 5 and Mark's under by 7 thou. Ryan Harem and Jason Dawson. Jason out of North Las Vegas, that wingless dragster, over the National Auto Collision Center side, left side of the racetrack, and Ryan Harem for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI, 470, the number for high gear. Winnie's guy turns red by 21, and off the gas early. Jason Dawson was 005. And a free look at 473 is going to go 470. Savannah Kidd and Lindsay Meserve. Couple of young ladies, Savannah out of Marana. 586 of Al going to be leaving first. Lindsay Meserve. That's Trevor's wife. And Parker's sister. And Travis's sister. And Tanner's sister. And Dallas's sister. And Brent's daughter. Savannah is going to get the win. Lindsay was 428 on the green light start, and I'm going to say there were some numbers in the box incorrectly. Savannah was 17 green and then off the gas early to get the win. That is my hunch. Lloyd Salveson and KJ Desa. KJ out of North Las Vegas. Lloyd out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. 506. Red by 8 thou. KJ's 006. 496 on the 497 to get the win. All right, Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, round number 4 to get you in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator in lane 3 and 4, please. It's Travis Theobald and Chris Whitfield. Travis. For Team Theobald Motorsports, 485, the number for Travis. Chris Whitfield. For Go Fast Energy Drinks, 474, be leaving second. Travis in last. Travis and Chris, win light. Travis Theobald, 006, 4853 on the 485. That is 9 total. Chris Whitfield was 17 green and dead on 5. And not enough. It's Tanner Theobald and Allie Clark. So Tanner, 488 is the dial. Allie, 488 is the dial. As we'll look and we'll see if by the naked eye, who got away first, and there was a clear starting line advantage. As Tanner Theobald was 005, then flat out just didn't run the number. Allie Clark, 49 green and 1 above is good enough, but Tanner Theobald was great down on the starting line, being 005 and dialed 488 and went 495. Allie Clark gets back around by a couple hundredths of a second, and we'll move on. As a pro eliminator, pro should be heading up in the staging lanes, please. Pro, for round number 4, you should be up in the lanes. Final pair, round number 3 in Super Pro. And it's a pretty good one. Marco Paravaleris and Michael Pennington. Marco out of Petaluma, 459 the dial for Layla and Dad Nick. Mr. Peter Biondo also in the house with the Paravaleris family this week, and Michael Pennington from Pennington Brothers. Out of Texas, 474 is the dial for Michael. Michael Pennington was 003 and left second. Michael Pennington, dead on 2 to be 5 total. Marco was perfect on the starting line. And dead on 8, 8 total is just getting run over. Michael Pennington, 5 total, takes out Marco being 8 total. That is just filthy, dirty, nasty by Michael Pennington. 5 total, Marco's 8 total, and have a nice night. Hey, what's for dinner? That's just gnarly. But good stuff. It's awesome. It's great racing.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI. With the versatility of an externally mounted ECU, then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install, standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in 2 versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8 injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100 pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1,500 naturally aspirated and 1,250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get
640. Dropping the nose to be 3 above. Kyle Rizzoli out in front by 7th thou at the finish. 36 green and 643 to get the win. Jack Swanson was 22 green and 5 above. And Kyle Rizzoli will advance. Eric Daniels and Luis Valenzuela. Eric out of Chandler. Really clean 76 Vega. Luis out of Tucson with 67 over 69 Looking over the right shoulder, here comes that big Nova, and the win going to go to Eric Daniels. 15 on the combined. 11 green, dead on 4. Luis Valenzuela was 28 green and just wasting fuel and time. So he could have been at the barbecue a little while ago. It was Eric Daniels, 15 total. Dispatches Luis Valenzuela. I need Super Pro door car up to the lanes, please. As we are nearing that point of the night where we're going to be in a little bit of a hot lap situation. Here on Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation. Thursday, $10,000 to win. And the winner gets a free entry into the Kidd Performance and Dyno West Coast Bracket Races $50,000 shootout on Saturday night. The runner-up, it's our weekend entry taken care of. All sorts of good stuff here on Racer Appreciation Thursday. Once again, it was a free entry for a 10 grander. All you had to do was be a part of this event and purchase a test and tune card for today, and you were entered. That's all you had to do. Easy peasy. A heck of a lot easier than watching Matt DeYoung play Sudoku. I was going to say, entering this race is a lot easier than watching Matt DeYoung try to parallel park. And we do believe we're missing one Super Pro door car. So we do need Super Pro door car. All of you into the staging lanes, please. As we had 8 cars there in Pro Eliminator, 8 takes us to 4. And then 4 takes us to 2. And I believe we have a combined 22 left in Super Pro, I think. That's a combined between the door and the dragster. Once again, we are at the time of the event where we're going to be in a little bit of a hot lap situation. I need Super Pro Dragster in lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragster in lanes 7 and 8, if you would, please. Super Pro Dragster, if you're left, get headed this way up at 7 and 8. Super Pro door car. Round number 4. Ken Suio and Dan Lafferty. This is pretty juicy right here. Both of these gentlemen have won a thing or two, a time or 20. Suio out of Oregon City, Oregon. That super cool 72 Capri. And Dynamite Dan Lafferty in his Camaro Roadster. The president of the Chamber of Commerce in Wendell, Idaho. That 477 dial. Suio's away. Ken is in control. Lafferty behind to the start. You see the brake lights. Ken Suio had completely locked out Dan Lafferty. 005, dead on 6 to be 11 on the combined. Lafferty was 18 green. Also right on the dial into a 6. And is done for the day. It's Kyle Fritz and Dave Johnston. Fritz for Team Torco. 673 is the dial. Dave Johnston in the Beretta, Cave Creek, Arizona. 544 is the number. Again, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster, need you please? Johnston away. Fritz out in front and is going to get the win on a breakout. Dave Johnston breaks out by 15 thou, taking 22 with the stripe. Needed to get that baby woed up a little bit more. Kyle Fritz is 21 green, dead on 2. He'll be back around in his quest for the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event. Trophy at the end of the day is Kevin McClelland and Chris Johnston. Mid-Mac and Rancho Cucamonga for Team Tuna Tank. Son Daniel watching dad is Chris Johnston. Keyport, Washington. Silver 69 Camaro. 624 dial. He missed the tree and Johnston was red by 3 thou. McClelland said 540, goes 540 with a 7. Was 40 on the tree. And Chris Johnston, after was 3 thou red, was in too quick on the racetrack as well. It's an old school super gas race. Actually a new school super gas race. Brad Pierce and your super gas world champ, Luke Bogacki. 490 is the dial for Luke. 599 for BP out of Riverside, CA. Luke, 007 and 2 above to get the win. Brad Pierce was 21 green, got to the finish line first by 19 thou, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second does Brad Pierce as Luke Bogacki. We'll move on. In that Corvette Roadster for Team Mosier. Pennington, and Dean Bush, as we are in round number 4 of Super Pro Dragster. Dean out of Las Vegas, 481 is the number. Michael Pennington to the Pennington brothers, 474 the number. The team out of Texas. Pennington, 16 green, 4741 to be in front by 3 thou at the finish. Dean Bush was 003. He was up on the wheel. Dialed 481, goes 4827, but was 3 thou behind at the finish line of Michael Pennington. Gets to push forward is Cooper Chun and Savannah Kidd. Cooper Chun took out Marco Peravaleris in round number 3. The runner out of Vancouver, Washington, 542 is the dial-in for Cooper. Savannah, 589. That white dragster out of Marana, Arizona for the young lady. Savannah Kidd locks out Cooper Chun. 15 green, dead on 5 is 20 total. Cooper Chun was 33 green and had no chance. Jimmy Wenger and Richard McFarland. McFarland, who in the last round was 5 total. That little shorty home-built machine, out of Yucca Valley. Got 597 still on the car. Jimmy Wenger out of Odessa, Texas, 478. It's 2 full bulbs, plus a little bit more. Be the head start for Richard. Up front, and the win for Jimmy. 006, dead on 7. The numbers for Jimmy. Richard McFarland, 10 green, and 1 above for Richard McFarland is going to bow out here in round number 4 is Peter Biondo and Carson Campbell. Biondo for Biondo Racing Products in the Marco Peravaleris dragster. Peter out of New York. Spring Fling bracket races. Be up in Las Vegas here in a few weeks. 460 is the dial for Peter. Carson Campbell, Olympia, Washington. The Mullis dragster, 498 the dial for Carson. Ripping a rip down there to be 463 in the win. Carson was 32 green and dead on 6, and Peter tightened it up to 610 thou at the stripe. That Peter Biondo guy is pretty good. This just in. Jason Dawson and Travis Theobald. Jason out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, 471 is the dial. Travis Theobald, part of the Theobald Motorsports juggernaut. Washington, Utah. The Miller Prepared Machine, 485, the number for Travis. We'll get a lead first. JD with Hollywood Hicks back behind. Team car out of North Las Vegas. Win to Jason Dawson. 19 green, dead donut for Jason Dawson. Travis Theobald was 14 up front, better by 5 thou, and then got down and broke it out by 18 thou. He was in front by 23 at the finish line. 2 thou quick, but Val was red by 1 bleeping thou. So I need pro eliminator. There's 4 of you left. Need you up in 3 and 4, please. Pro. Need you back up in the staging lanes. We are at that time of the night where if you illuminate a wind light, get back, put a quick charge on it, put some fuel in it. Get ready to come back up this direction as KJ DeSaw and Allie Clark. KJ for LAT Racing Oils. Allie for Team Mazier. 488 is the dial in there for Allie. KJ 497. Gonna get the win. 17 green and 1 above for KJ. Allie was 100 on the reaction time. Gave up a big bunch there at the hit to KJ. Allie Clark will bow out here in round number 4. KJ, back around in round number 5. All right, attention in the pit area. You got a couple of parts calls. Need a vacuum fill for coolant system. If you have a spare one of those around, vacuum fill for the coolant system. A racer in need there. Also, an exhaust rocker, T&D, excuse me. Exhaust rocker, T&D. A 1.7 duration, exhaust rocker, T&D. A 1.7 duration. So a couple of racers in need. If you can assist, come let us know on the tower or either of those items. We'll put you in the direction of the racer in need. All right, so tomorrow when we start with Lucas Oil Friday, be on track at 8 o'clock in the morning. Everybody gets a time run. Then we move right into round number 1 of eliminations. Order the same as what we did today. Pro, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragster. Tomorrow there is buybacks in round number 1. So if you are a first round runner-up, because we do not call anybody a loser, other than Matt DeYoung has called me that like 7 times today, and it's hurt my feelings tremendously. Once again, tomorrow morning we start at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 a.m. Everybody gets a time run. You get a time run. You get a time run. You get a time run. Chad gets a time run in the scissor lift. Where do you think that thing would run through the 8th mile? 9 minutes? 9 minutes? The good thing about it is that you could hold like 4 seconds in that scissor lift and just kill it by going, unk. Yep. Hey, this is your joint. You can do whatever you want. So this is what I think. We need to have after the race is over, we need to have a match race. Chad Reynolds driving the scissor lift, and you walking in the other lane.
Oh, easy.
Okay.
Can I speak on
No, you have to walk at a leisurely pace. At a leisurely pace. You have to walk at a leisurely pace. Leisurely. Try. So yeah, that's a good point. We're gonna have to really think about what we're doing here. So tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, everybody gets a time run. Chad says, yeah, you have to walk because there's no running at the stripe. So once again, tomorrow we start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Everybody gets a time run on Lucas Oil Friday. Everybody gets a time run. Then we move into round number 1 of eliminations. There is a buyback round tomorrow. And we're going to give away $10,000 in Super Pro, $5,000 on the Pro side. It's going to be a good day. And Michael Pennington, who is our lone double entry car, and had the competition single. And he won in his first entry, and he's going to win in his second entry. So Michael Pennington is taking 2 cars down into round number 5. So Michael Pennington, here down the left lane, National Auto Collision Center side, is 474. You have to call your shot before you go. It's going to be 008 on the starting line. And off the gas, got the numbers that he wanted. And it goes 492. So we're going to have a couple of quiet moments. On the track is as we're doing a little bit of work on the Tucson Dragway 8th mile. Let's get Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car headed up this way, please. Super Pro door car. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Let's get on my Super Pro dragsters. And the guys just ran, but we're at that time of the night where put a little quick charge on the battery, put a little fuel in it, lick your finger, stick it up in the air, determine what you're going to dial. I mean, isn't that like the normal thing? Okay, we're going to add one to that. No, that's not. It's a little bit more scientific than that. That's why I'm not a racer. Yeah, I did just come from the March meet. You have no idea the stuff I saw. Okay, how about this one? 7.0 Pro, first round. 697. 7.0 index, right? 697. Right lane is sitting at about 100 feet. That happened like 4 times. It's just silly. Some of the stuff you see is just silly. But it's a great event. It's one of my favorite events of the whole entire year. But it's still silly. All right, so Super Pro door car, get headed this way, please. Super Pro door car. As we are nearing the end of Silver State Refrigeration. Racer Appreciation, 10 grand plus the entry to the Kidd Performance and Dyno. $50,000 shootout on Saturday night at the conclusion of Hughes Performance Saturday.
And we'll be live tomorrow.
So 10 grand could parlay into 50. And like that never happens. Like where the person who wins 10 grand on Thursday ends up winning the 50 grand or on Saturday. Like it never happens. Except for last year. With Val Jr.
Okay.
Never happens. But it happened. Saw it. I was here. Chris Forsyth just made a good point about, this weather that we got going on right now, Tucson Dragway. The Canadians are ready to jump in the pool. I guess it's great. Like I told you, when I went to the airport in Salt Lake this morning, it was 24. It was 24 when I went to the airport. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you could do us like a massive solid. If you're on your quad or your side-by-side or whatever, and you're out there kind of doing toolies out there, kicking up a whole bunch of dust that ends up, as the wind is blowing in the direction it's blowing in, that ends up kind of in the racing surface, that definitely hinders the race program. So if you're on your quad or your side-by-side and all that fun stuff, and you're down there doing hoolies, down there in the dust area, please refrain from doing so. We would greatly appreciate it. Please and thank you. Dragster, get headed this way, please. Super Pro Dragster. Let's get you headed up this way is Kyle Rizzoli and Jonathan Fiello. Rizzoli for Team Los Angeles Dodgers. 641 is the number for Kyle, and Jonathan Fiello for Team K&N. Jonathan out of Yucaipa. That red 67 Chevelle. Rizzoli, 11 green and 1 above is good. Jonathan was 51 foul on the green light start. Tried to get there first. Was under by 300 to do it, but Rizzoli still got the finish line first by 8-10 foul. As Kyle Rizzoli will be down into the final 2 of the pro category as Eric Daniels and Victor Sandoval. Eric out of Chandler, really clean Vegas, 704 is the dial. Almost a full tree going to be the head start there for ED. Victor Sandoval, Tucson, Arizona, the 84 Camaro, 564 is the number. There goes Eric. Here comes Victor. Eric left side, Victor right side. Give it to Eric Daniels. 21 green and 4 above is good enough. Victor Sandoval was hockey sticks on the starting line, 7-7 and dead on 8. And is going to be a 5th round runner-up. That's a good thing to say, like your family asks, hey, how'd you do? Ah, it's 5th round runner-up. So Eric Daniels and Kyle Rizzoli, our last 2 standing in the pro eliminator side of things. Super Pro door car, you should be up in the lanes. Super Pro Dragster, you should be heading this way. We're working our way down to crown a champion here on Racer Appreciation Thursday. Huge thank you, and I mean huge thank you, to Shane Thompson and the team from Silver State Refrigeration, a big part of the K&N Southwest Showdown. Yeah, Super Pro Dragsters, get you headed up this way, please. Super Pro Dragster, let's get you headed up this way is Kevin McClellan and Kyle Fritz. So Kyle Fritz for Team Torco. 672 will be leaving first. Kevin McClellan for Team Tuna Tank and the Pump Gas Mafia. I mean, you kind of got to feel bad for like Kevin McClellan, who for a number of years on that pump gas was literally only spending like $2.75 a gallon, and I mean now he's, you know, he's like $4.75 a gallon for fuel. Kevin, 540 on that Roadster. Fritz off and away. This on the tree again. Can he dodge? Kevin. Fritz, 17 green and 1 above is good enough. McClellan was 50 on the starting line and dead on 7. The round prior, he was dead on and 40 on the tree. So we got to get Kevin off the starting line, and he'll be a threat. He's always a threat. but just missed the tree last 2 rounds. This time wasn't able to get around us. Ken Suio and Luke Bogacki. Suio in the Capri out of Oregon. 590 is the number. Luke for Team Mosier. Super Gas World Champ out of Illinois. 489 is the dial for Luke. Suio, perfect, dead on 9, takes out Luke. Luke's 007, dead on 8, and just wasting space. That's just filthy dirty. Ken Suio, 009, he's a bad dude in that Capri. Luke's 007, dead on 8, 15 total, and gonna have more time to play with Gary. Ken Suio, that's pretty good. I mean, Ken Suio's perfect on the starting line, taking 6th thou alongside the Super Gas World Champion. That's pretty special. And Super Pro Dragsters, get headed this way, please.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
So you like the looks of a classic carburetor, but you want the benefits of modern EFI with the versatility of an externally mounted ECU? Then Terminator X Stealth was designed for you. Terminator X Stealth is an easy-to-install standalone EFI system with the option of a 4150 or 4500 throttle body. Stealth throttle bodies give you the old-school carburetor look, but inside, they're packed with all the benefits that today's electronic fuel injection has to offer. Our 4150 throttle bodies come in two versions. The first holds 4 fuel injectors. That's enough for 650 horsepower on a naturally aspirated engine or 600 horsepower if you're pushing boost. The 8 injector version can handle 650 horsepower naturally aspirated, but really likes boosted applications, pushing upwards of 1250 horsepower. And if you still need more power than that, then the Terminator X Stealth 4500 is the choice for you. It boasts 8 100 pound-per-hour injectors and can flow 1440 CFM. That's more than enough to keep most large cube engines happy. And it's definitely not shy on power either, with horsepower numbers pushing 1500 naturally aspirated and 1250 on forced induction setups. They don't just look good either. We've packed them with industry-leading technology. With our Terminator X or X Max ECUs, you'll get onboard diagnostics, full control of your ignition timing, configurable inputs and outputs, as well as a wideband O2 sensor that's capable of fuel map self-learning. This all adds up to better idle quality, improved reliability, and all-around better drivability. And in our 4150 throttle bodies, you'll find kickdown provisions for GM's TH350 and 400, as well as the 200R4 and 700R4 transmissions. It's also set up for handling Ford's C4 and C6 applications. And Mopar friends, you can always add our throttle lever extension to connect your 904 or 727 kickdown. Put some excitement back into your classic ride. Upgrade it with EFI. For more information on Terminator X Stealth, visit us at holley.com.
Peter Biondo and Savannah Kidd. Savannah went up there and lit both bulbs. Savannah backed out. 586 the dial for Savannah. Peter in the Paravaleros Mobile. 459 is the dial. Green for Savannah Kidd and Peter Biondo, 009 and 1 above to get the win. Savannah was 18 green, got to the finish line first, but broke out to get there first. It's Peter Biondo. I'm relatively sure, so 5 rounds. I have a relatively decent memory. I'm pretty sure that Peter's been 00 on every run today in eliminations. We'll have to double check, but I'm 94.3% sure that he's been 00 on every run. It's KJ Desa for LET Racing Oils, 497. That yellow dragster and the National Auto Collision Center side, and J.R. Learcamp, who's been living in the American Walk-In Cooler side, 478 the dial for the Left Coast Racing team car. 005 wins. J.R. Learcamp. 005, dead on 5 to be 10 total. KJ Desa was 003 green, dials 497, goes 496.9, breaks out by a thou, taking 8 thou. That's just a really good drag race down there. J.R. Learcamp ended up on the right side of the number. KJ 003 breaks out by a thou, just tough. J.R. Learcamp was 005, dead on 5. And he'll get to come play again. So with Michael Pennington being doubled, we gotta wait for Mr. Pennington to come back around. It'll be our last pair in Super Pro Dragster. So we are at that point of the night where all of our racers who illuminate a win light get back to that pit area, put the battery charger on it, get some fuel in it, get ready to go, and head back up this way. right, I hear the rumbling of internal combustion engines. Headed this way, it'll be final pair in the category is Michael Pennington. Going to take 2 entries. Or will Jimmy Wenger allow Michael Pennington to only focus on 1 entry? As we are Texas v. Texas. Jimmy out of Odessa, 476. For the drag show going down the left lane, the National Auto Collision Center side. Michael Pennington for the Pennington brothers. As Michael Pennington took out Jason Dawson. Well, I mean, technically, by definition, Jason Dawson took himself out by turning on the red light. Pennington looking to move 2 entries forward. Tree. Michael Pennington continues to take 2 entries forward. 495 or 497-2 there for Pennington's off the gas early with 16 green. Jimmy Wenger was red by Pete Rose, 14. And then runs it on out to be dead on 4. But it was all over right down there. Right down there was over. Is Jimmy Wenger. Night will come to an end here in round number 5. So at that point where we need all winners in all categories, all winners in all categories. Back around to the staging lanes, please. All winners, all categories. Need everybody back around the staging lanes. And as you pull into the staging lanes, go ahead and pull forward. So again, let's get everybody still in competition up in the staging lanes, please. right, my 4 remaining Super Pro Dragster competitors need you guys in the staging lanes, please. If not cars, like you in person would be lovely. Once again, my 4 remaining Super Pro Dragsters need you up in the lanes, and 2 of the 4 are Mr. Michael Pennington. So it's Michael Pennington, Peter Biondo, and J.R. Learcamp. Up in the staging lanes, if you would, please. Michael Pennington, if you could please come to the staging lanes. Car is not 100% necessary, so if you could jump on the scooter and head up this way. Greatly appreciate it, please. Mr. Michael Pennington. All right. Racers have finished doing their thing in the back. Matt DeYoung and the Tucson Dragway staff have finished doing their thing down there with 8 machines remaining. Our final 2 pro eliminator cars. Rizzoli and Eric Daniels. The winner here will get inserted into the program. Kyle Rizzoli out of San Luis Obispo. 641, the dial for the Camaro. Eric Daniels out of Chandler, Arizona, right up the road, the 76 Vega. There for Eric, 708 the number. So an entire yellow bulb and a skosh of a second will be the head start for Eric Daniels. Kyle Rizzoli will be giving chase. Tree. Away and away. Eric Daniels right side, Kyle Rizzoli left side. Look for the nose drop in that Camaro, and Eric Daniels going to take out Kyle Rizzoli. Daniels was 36 green and 1 above to be 3 thou in front at the finish. Rizzoli was in a deficit right off the bat, as he was 51 green and dead on 5, but 3 thou short, as Eric Daniels will move forward out of the Pro Brigade, and Ken Suio and Kyle Fritz. Interesting one here for Fritz, as he has been living in the left lane. Ken Suio has been living in the left lane and gets to continue to live in the left lane as he had lane choice. Moves Kyle over to the right side. That American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. 672 is the dial-in for Fritz. 590, the number for Ken Suio. Suio out of Oregon City, Oregon. A very unique 72 Capri. Fritz is green. 591.9 for Ken Suio. Suio was 36 on the green light start. Fritz was 47. Meantime, Luke's back there in the pit area going, why was Suio not 36 alongside me? But Suio, last remaining door car. As Michael Pennington is double entered, and in one entry, he gets to be alongside Peter Biondo. Paravaleris family dragster, Peter out of New York. Spring Fling bracket races, Biondo Racing Products, 460. The dial in for Peter. Be doing the chasing is Michael Pennington. 474 has been the number. The last, I believe, 4 rounds of racing for Pennington haven't been races at all. Pennington bumps them both in. Biondo right behind. Is second off the starting line. And Peter Biondo moves forward. 003, 461.6 on the 460 for Biondo to be in front by 5 thou at the stripe. Pennington was 004 and 2 above. And Peter Biondo moves one round further. Michael Pennington needs to get that dragster back around to take on J.R. Learcamp, and the other semi is going to take us from 8 cars to 4 cars, so we'll give Pennington a few moments to get back around. He will take on J.R. Learcamp after Peter Biondo takes out Michael Pennington there. 003 and 1 above to be 5 thou in front. Just think about how good Peter Biondo would be if he did this like all the time. He's just really good. That's all you can say. So the next 2 cars on track will be that same dragster for Michael Pennington and J.R. Learcamp. And J.R. Learcamp has lane choice. This I know. So just a couple more moments of quiet time on the racing surface before we fire up that last pair in Super Pro Dragster as we work our way towards our $10,000 winner, the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event here at the K&N Southwest Showdown here at Tucson Dragway. All right. So, official word from Chris Forsyth and Matt DeYoung. With the stuff that is currently going on, i.e. sprinkles from the heavens, and according to the radar that we're looking at, we're going to be done for the day, and we're going to finish the remainder of our eliminations tomorrow morning. So we are going to be done for the day. Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Day. With 4 remaining competitors. Well, technically it's 5. But we are going to be done for the day, and we will finish tomorrow during Lucas Oil Friday. So everybody think dry thoughts. We're going to finish our Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 to win Racer Appreciation Race tomorrow morning.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Literally just little dribble, sprinkles started. So we will see you tomorrow. We are going to be live at 10 a.m. after time trials tomorrow morning. 10:30. If they go live with eliminations early, we will go live earlier. But we're going to schedule it for 10:30. So that's 10:30 a.m. Tucson time, 9:30 Pacific, 11:30 Central, 12:30 Eastern. So thank you, everybody. Sprinkles. So we are going to call it a night. Big thanks to Holly and to Silver State Refrigeration. Thank you so much. We will see you guys tomorrow.